Hey, Kim. Well, I hope you are.
Tuesday.
Morning. Good morning. Good morning. And once again, good morning.
Good morning.
With my check. Everything's up and running like it's supposed to.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let's come back to order and go on the record. We left off if the witness would return to the witness stand. That would be witness O'Donnell. He remains under oath, and we left off with cross-examination. And it had been represented we were near the end. But in the meantime, before we begin, anything else come up that needs to come to the commission's attention?
No.
No, not at this time.
All right. Give Mr. O'Donnell a minute to get settled. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. O'Donnell, we established yesterday at the very end of the day and during our discussion that return on investment is a ratio of net operating income over rate base, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So while we disagree on the number, we agreed that the number and the denominator for rate base will affect the ROI calculation, correct?
Correct.
Now, also, we established yesterday in our conversation that you are not aware of SharpView's other investment opportunities.
No, I'm not.
But you are, in general, familiar that private equity firms invest monies of their investors for purchasing an interest in privately held companies. That's your understanding of what a private equity firm does, correct?
I've dealt with a few, yes.
Okay. So in doing so, a private equity firm, evaluates opportunities in the marketplace of potential investments where they could place their investors' money. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And it will seek returns on its investments among opportunities in that marketplace.
Yes.
Okay. So for it to invest in a company for its investors, it needs to earn a risk-adjusted return on the amount it invests compared to other market opportunities in making its decisions.
Yes.
So let me shift for a second now to KWA cross exhibit number 5.
I've got it.
Okay. And turn to page 12. And this is the rate case order in docket number 841 sub 7. And on page 12, there is a paragraph 5, which is labeled a parentheses, 5 quote, parentheses, referencing stipulation section 7B. Do you have that?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
So it says this section establishes a requirement for a future audit by the public staff. Is that?
Yes.
To be commenced on the earlier of 6 years from the entry of the approval order. And then it goes on from there. Is that
Yes.
basically what the order states? And the order dates actually, if you look at the very last page, is December of 2010.
Correct.
So we had a discussion yesterday and some questions and answers, and we were in agreement about the concept of rate shock. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
And you're familiar that with the concept, and we agreed that rate shock, the concern about rate shock sometimes will keep a company from earning what otherwise a rate of return might indicate was a reasonable return.
Or they can find other ways to satisfy those requirements, like in a deferred account.
Or coming in for another rate case.
Most likely deferred account, but yeah, they could file another rate case too.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether the public staff ever performed the audit as set forth in the order, rate case order in that paragraph?
It's my understanding that they did not, that there was some possible legislation that may come up during that time frame, and that that audit was never performed.
Are you aware that there were meetings in 2016 about whether the public staff would move forward with this audit?
Not firsthand. I mean, I've heard that there was a lot of debate as to whether or not there was going to be an audit, but this is what I've heard.
But in light of Senate Bill 391, the legislation you just referred to in your previous answer, to your knowledge, the audit was never performed.
That's correct.
Okay. So you have no knowledge of the conversations between Baldwin Island Transportation and public staff, that public staff would not do the audit because of the pending legislation and the pending sale to Baldwin Island Transportation Authority.
What you just said is news to me. I don't know anything about that.
I have no further questions. That concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Stowe. Redirect?
Thank you. Mr. O'Donnell, do you have KWO cross-examination exhibit number 4 with you?
I think I can find it. Yes, I do.
Do you recall yesterday when Mr. Stiers asked you about the rate-based calculation in this exhibit?
Yes,
And I believe you acknowledged that the figure on line 7 on the far right of $3,943,335 did not include the parking assets within rate base. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. I'd like you to look at another figure in this exhibit. Can you look at column D, and do you see the figure of 523,097?
Yes.
right. Can you explain your understanding of that exhibit, of that figure?
So that number came from public staff employee Jim Horde, where he did a calculation where, in essence, he took a levelized approach of regulatory rate making, levelized approach, and figured out what the revenue requirement would be for parking had it been regulated. Then he took the actual number and subtracted the two. And that result was 523,097. And then, so then that was placed as a credit towards the ferry. So in essence, he took, looked at a semi-regulatory parking number and found there were some earnings, some excess earnings that would have occurred had the parking been regulated under a levelized approach, and he moved those revenues over into the regulated ferry department.
As part of this proceeding, did you have an opportunity to examine the public staff's work papers from the 2010 rate case?
I did.
And was one of those work papers an Excel workbook titled Settlement Parking Adjustment?
Yes.
Right. I may approach the witness. Commissioner Brown Bland, if we could, I believe this exhibit would be marked KWO Redirect Exhibit 1.
It'll be so identified, yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. O'Donnell, do you recall reviewing the document that I just handed you?
Yes.
All right, and can you explain the first page of this document to the commissioners?
The first page is the sum of the revenues that Mr. Horde had developed for the annual pass revenues, daily park revenues, the actual park revenues. So he came down to an actual number here of 1,959,230. And then what he did over on the third page of this document is where what I refer to as the rate making revenue requirement comes in.
All right, so
Yeah.
Mr. O'Donnell, if I could interrupt, could you just make sure we're all looking at the same page when you
I'm
say
sorry,
third page?
yeah, it's entitled on the left-hand corner, Bald Head Island Transportation, Inc., Deep Point Parking Facility, computation of levelized payment. It's the third page in this material that you passed out. It's got a lot of columns to it, a lot of numbers. And so what he did in this is you can see the first set of columns he labeled as rate-based treatment of facilities. He lined up all the anticipated expenses, and then over on under payment schedule, he did what we call a goal seek analysis and tried to figure out what the levelized payment would be for the parking facilities over a period of 20 years. And that's where he got the 1,436,133. So taking all those numbers back, and if you go back to the very first page here that you handed out to me, that's entitled Bald Head Island Transportation, Inc., docket A41, sub 7, settlement computation of parking revenue contribution, test year ended 12/31/09. He took the revenues of going down to line 15. He took the revenues of 1,959,230 and subtracted out the levelized payment, that we just talked about over on page 3, to come up to 523,097. That was the credit that he moved over from parking into the ferry.
Right. And looking at page 3, where it says plant, and it has a figure of over $9.4 million. What is that referring to?
That was the original book value of the plant, was the plant value at the time of the 2010 case.
Okay. And so going back to page 1, and sorry for flipping pages, line 16, where it says revenue required for cost recovery at BHIT authorized ROR, is that the expected revenue requirement based on the ROR applied to the original cost of
Yes,
the parking assets?
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Donald. I think I'm done with that exhibit. Yesterday, do you recall when Mr. Stiers asked you about separate corporate boundaries regarding the financial information?
Yes,
And I believe you used the term intertwining to describe the relationship between the parking and the ferry. Do you recall that?
yes.
Can you explain what you meant by intertwining?
Well, it's an old textile term, but basically what it means is that the threads are all tied together into a single knot or a single strand, but basically all the parts kind of fit together.
And one of the examples of intertwining I believe you gave was the affiliate transactions between BHIT and Limited. Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
Do you have a copy of the 2010 rate case order, which I believe is KWO Cross Exhibit 5?
yes, I do.
Can you please turn to page 13.
Yes, sir.
Right. When you were referencing affiliate transactions, were you referring to the intercompany leases discussed, for example, on page 13 of the rate case order?
Yes.
Right. Can you explain your understanding of those intercompany leases and how they were treated as part of the rate case order?
The island terminal lease was put into rate base. For example, Mr. Horde had decided that it was going to be more advantageous for the consumer to put the lease into rate base for consumers. And that lease, I believe, the facility was owned by Limited, and they were leasing it to the ferry, and he put the lease into rate base to the benefit of the ratepayer.
And is that what is discussed at item B on page 13?
Yes.
Can you explain your understanding of item C, which I believe discusses the lease for the Deep Point Terminal?
This, I think this lease was, cost-based lease for, I'm drawing a blank on exactly that, where that lease came from.
Okay. Do you understand that it was treated as a cost-based lease?
Yes, it was a cost-based lease. I remember that.
Would that be original cost?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, another topic that Mr. Stiers raised was the Transportation Authority transaction. And you said that you had concerns about the credit rating of the Transportation Authority. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Right. Could you explain or elaborate on what your concerns were?
The triple B minus bond rating that I saw in some of the public information that was presented. Triple B bond rating for a utility is a scary concept, particularly with a ferry on the coast. Triple B bond rating, triple B minus bond rating is one step away from junk bond status. So one hurricane comes along and all of a sudden, a triple B bond rating falls below junk. And then you got a problem in your hands.
No further questions.
All right. Are there questions from the commission? I have just a couple for you, Mr. O'Donnell. First, going back to intertwining. Yesterday, when you brought that up in one of your answers, you talked about parking restrictions.
Yes.
What do you mean by parking restrictions?
The stipulation in the last case indicated that parking rates were going to be set at a level that they could increase only by a CPIU amount for a period of 6 years. So that was one of the intertwining between parking and ferry, is that was an intertwining part of it. You know, the two depended upon one another.
So your reference to parking restrictions was only related to the amount that could be charged for parking?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So with regard to your updated return on investment calculation, and we're gonna not bring out any kind of numbers because this is in the confidential area, but it appears that your calculation reflected more than just the change in the rate base. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
It did. So you're right about the rate base. I mean, we got updated numbers, and I was struggling, and council knows that I was struggling when I first got the analysis and trying to find a balance sheet for barge. And spent a lot of time working on it. But then also, when you look at some of the income numbers, there is a financial way of calculating a net operating income, and then there's a regulatory way. And when the village's consultants, Peden and Perry, came up, they calculated it on a more of a regulatory rate-making way, whereas I did not. I looked at it more in terms of a financial analysis. For example, I looked at actual interest expenses, whereas they looked at more of a 50-50 cap structure and what the interest expense would be, whereas I took actual numbers. So we came about it at a little bit different viewpoint. But the end result was the combined numbers were still very, very healthy.
All right, and then the rate of return number that you confidentially filed in rebuttal is based on net operating income, while it would appear that in your direct that you evaluated the pre-tax income. Is that
Well, no, I
Is that
did
right?
take taxes out on the first analysis, but the thing is, I rolled all those taxes into a single entity and then taxed the calculated taxes on the combined three entities, whereas in the rebuttal, there was one particular entity that was shown a negative, and that was a credit actually in the income tax, whereas when it rolled into all three of what I did, all three of the divisions rolled in, it all washed out. So it's a different way of calculating it. I looked at more financial. Peden and Perry looked at more of the regulatory aspect of it.
okay? Any questions? All right, questions on commission's question, Mr. Stiles?
None, no.
Okay. Ms. Chow?
No, thank you.
All right, and Mr. O'Donnell is about to be done. I'll entertain motions from the parties.
Madam Chair, we would like to move into evidence, KWA cross-examination exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
All right, without objection, that motion will be allowed.
We would like to move exhibit KWO redirect exhibit 1 into evidence.
All right, that motion will be allowed as well, and the direct exhibits.
I think they may have already been moved in.
I do believe we moved those in at the beginning along with the testimony.
All right, out of an
Apologize.
abundance of caution, I'll make sure that exhibits KWO 1 and 2 and rebuttal KWO exhibits 1 and 2 are also received into evidence at this time.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. O'Donnell, you may be excused.
Thank you.
The village would call Scott Gardner.
Sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, please be seated.
Mr. Gardner, would you give your name and address for the record, please?
Name is Scott Gardner. My address is 429 South Bald Head Line on Bald Head Island.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony consisting of 14 pages and 2 exhibits? And I'd note that one of those exhibits has 3 subparts.
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the questions and the pre-filed submission today, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding the summary of your testimony?
yes,
Is that summary true and accurate to the best of your information and belief?
yes,
Madam Chair, I'd ask that Mr. Gardner's direct testimony be copied into the record as if orally given from the stand, and that his corresponding exhibits be marked for identification as set out in his pre-filed submission.
That motion is allowed, and the pre-filed exhibits are identified as they were when filed.
I'd also ask that his summary be entered into the record.
That motion is allowed as well, and his witness Gardner's summary is received into evidence at this time.
Witness is available for cross-examination.
All right.
Commissioner Brown Bland, under the party's order of examination, the club is supposed to examine Mr. Gardner prior to transportation doing so.
All right, Mr. Higgins?
Thank you. Mr. Gardner, good morning. Dan Higgins for the Bald Head Island Club.
Good morning, Council.
You're a full-time resident of Bald Head Island.
Yes,
How long have you been a full-time resident?
since 2017.
Are you familiar with the Southport area?
Yes, very.
Were you here yesterday?
I was.
You heard some testimony yesterday then regarding the Indigo Plantation ferry landing, which was used before Deep Point was put into service.
I am.
Are you familiar with the Indigo Plantation?
Yes, I am. We purchased our home in 1997, so we were part-time. We visited the island on a part-time basis until we made the move to making Bald Head our primary residence in 2017.
So
We
you
did- so we
caught
used-
the ferry at Indigo Planning
Yes,
for a
we
number
did.
of years.
Yes, we did.
Okay. How far is the Indigo Plantation facility from Deep Point?
By my estimation, probably 3.5 to 4.
And would you consider it a viable option to park at Indigo Plantation and travel by foot or by some sort of shuttle to Deep Point?
I would never do that, and I suspect most people would never do that have a place on Bald Head Island. I don't know that anybody would, frankly.
All right, sir. In your rebuttal testimony, you made reference to a statement by the witness, Mr. Leonard, that the commission should, and I'm quoting now, ensure that parking is available either at the terminal or in community locations. Are you aware of any parking for ferry passengers currently available at convenient community locations other than Deep Point?
I am not.
Are
Mr.
you-
Higgins, it's generally not a problem, but I'm going to ask you, make sure you stay in the mic. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Are there any independent parking operations that you're aware of in the Southport area that serve passengers that are going to catch the Bald Head Island Ferry?
I'm not aware of any.
Now, changing tacks, did you hear statements and perhaps some testimony yesterday regarding the fact that the village involved itself in the process by which the Bald Head Island Ferry Authority sought to purchase the ferry assets and these other assets that are subject to this proceeding?
Could you state that question one more time? I want to make sure I get it right.
I don't know if I can, but I'll
Yeah.
try. Did you did you hear comment and perhaps testimony yesterday regarding the village's involvement and ultimately, well, its involvement in the process relating to the Bald Head Island Ferry Authority's proposed purchase of the ferry assets and the parking and the barge?
Yes,
Are you familiar with what the village's positions and concerns were that
Yep.
motivated its actions?
absolutely.
Would you share those with the commission, please?
Certainly, when the legislation passed in 2017, the village council, I was not on the council at the time, but my understanding in speaking to those that were, is that they were in support of the process that the legislation laid out. So you would establish a certain number of authority members, you would go through a process of assessing values, and hopefully you would come up with a valuation and a negotiated sales price that would be reasonable and could get approval from the state local government commission. And when and there was a non-disclosure agreement which made it, I joined the council in August of 2020, just before the December 2020 announcement of the sales price and the APA between Limited and the authority. So I didn't have much knowledge at all going in about how those discussions and negotiations were going. And the mayor and the mayor pro tem who were on the authority couldn't tell us much at all because of non-disclosure agreement issues. So we were quite surprised when the announcement was made of the $47.75 million sales price. And so we began, simply asking questions. I'm not a financial analyst. I'm not a real estate attorney. I'm not a commercial developer, but I do kind of keep track of general costs for certain things, commercial properties, homes. I just have a basic interest in it. It just seemed pretty high to me, as it did the other council members. And we learned very quickly, a lot of members of the Bald Head Island community thought that that was a price far above what most people were expecting. So we asked for some background. We asked for valuations. We said, talk to us, help us understand why you, Limited, and you, the Transportation Authority, think this is a good deal. And we got nothing. So when the proposal came before the Local Government Commission, our mayor at the time, Andy Sayer, shared with the commission that as he was mayor on the Transportation Authority, but he was representing what he was hearing since the December announcement. And there were concerns about the values, and there were concerns about the transparency. So those became the two big issues for Village Council. How far do you want me to go with this, Counselor?
Just tell me what the conclusion, tell the commission what the conclusion of this.
The conclusion was, we didn't have the information we felt we needed to be able to determine if this was a fair deal or not. And so we couldn't really assess whether it was or not. So the mayor's pitch to the Local Government Commission was, the community's upset about this. We haven't heard, no community presentation was ever made. So the island community was just kind of hearing this for the first time, and they have questions and they're not getting answers. So the Local Government Commission at that point forced a public hearing on the matter in February. And as I recall, the commission was expecting answers to be given by the Transportation Authority to the questions that were asked. There were no answers given. All that was done was that the valuations, the Mercator study, a lot more information was put on a public website for people to go digging for their answers, and which simply raised more questions on the minds of some islanders. And frankly, as the Local Government Commission started investigating and looking into the proposal, raised questions of their own. And at that point, it was the Local Government Commission that was, in our view, asking the most questions. And so when, in mid-March, when it appeared that the Transportation Authority proposal may not get approval at the Local Government Commission level, the village thought that it might be wise that we present a sister proposal. So if the Transportation Authority is not approved, perhaps the village proposal could. So we decided to investigate, and we determined in our investigation that we could pay up to the $47 million if it got to that point. We could borrow less money to do that because there would be lower bond costs with a general obligation bond versus a revenue bond. We could save on the interest on the debt to the tune of about $500,000 a year to put back into the system. So our proposal to the Local Government Commission was for $54 million instead of the Transportation Authority's $56. That we would go the GO bond route versus the revenue bond route, and that we would seek voter approval in a November bond referendum. That proposal was presented to the Local Government Commission in July, and we had the bond referendum vote this past November. November 2021, almost a year ago now, and it passed by a 60-40 margin. And at that point, within the month after that vote, Limited announced that they were not going to deal with the authority anymore. They'd announced multiple times they weren't going to deal with the village, and indicated that they were going to seek a third-party buyer. Well, the village has sought all along to have some accountability for our transportation system, whether it be through the local government and the elected officials that are voted to local government, whether it be the Transportation Authority, whose members are appointed by elected officials, degree of accountability, or if it goes the private third-party route, to be regulated by the North Carolina Utilities Commission. And thus, we filed our petition in February for this body to consider regulating the parking and barge operations as the ferry has been since 1998. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Gardner.
All right, BHIT.
Morning, Mr. Gardner.
Counselor?
I have great news for you. I'm going to ask you a fraction of the questions I asked you the last time we were together at a deposition in your case.
That's good to hear.
On examination with Mr. Higgins just now, you used the phrase that the pricing first provided to the authorities seemed pretty high to me. You recall saying that?
Mhm.
Do you have any experience in valuing the kinds of assets that were included in the proposal of assets the authority was going to buy?
I'm not a financial analyst. I do not.
And you indicated that the village felt that there were shortcomings in the information that substantiated the authority's decision to buy the assets for $47 million.
Correct.
Am I getting that correct?
Correct.
And then at the tail end of your testimony with Mr. Higgins, you were talking about your proposals back, the villages, sorry, I didn't mean to be you,
Mhm.
Scott, you, the village, were making proposals back and you concluded that you could pay 47. You recall that testimony?
We could if it got to that point, but for the purpose of the local government commission, we didn't want to complicate matters by, and we certainly didn't have an agreement with Limited for anything more or less than that. We just knew that if Limited was willing to sell to the authority for 47.75, we thought that Limited would be willing to sell to the village for 47.75, up to that.
That's totally fair, and I wasn't meaning to suggest otherwise. What I would like to know is when the village objected to the authority paying 47,
Mhm.
you indicated it was an information deficiency.
Mhm.
And you just testified that the village came around to the position that it could pay 47 million. So by the time the village had come around to the position of representing to the LGC that it could pay 47,
Mhm.
I assume the village's information deficiencies, or what it felt were the information deficiencies, had been resolved sufficiently for you to be able to pay, the village to be able to agree to pay 47 if it came to that.
I disagree.
Tell me how.
Well, when the questions of the local government commission about valuations continued to be out there and unanswered, we didn't know what it was worth. All we knew is if Limited was willing to accept 47.75 from the authority, we felt they would be willing to accept up to 47.75 from the village. Once the valuations came in, then we would determine what an appropriate price would be to include in an APA, and we never got to that point.
You mentioned in your testimony from the club, the questions from the club, that the village ultimately put forth and passed a referendum for authority to issue bonds to purchase the assets. True?
Correct.
And what was the amount of that, the ask in the referendum?
54 million.
And in asking for 54 million, the village was asking for authority to purchase the same assets that were on the table for the authority to purchase.
Yes.
And when the village put forth the referendum for a vote, was it the feeling of the village council that it had sufficient information available to it to justify asking for $54 million authority to purchase those assets?
No.
And
We
why did the village ask for 54 million?
We just knew that, once again, if the $47.75 million was the amount that Limited was willing to accept for the transportation assets in their APA with the authority, that they would do the same for us. So all we did was establish a high water mark above which we would not go. So all we were asking the voters was to give us the authority, if we get the chance, to borrow money up to 54 million, which included 47.75 for the transportation to purchase the assets, if we get to that point. And the values, in effect, proved to be reasonable and just, then we would proceed with issuing the bonds. But once again, we never got to that point.
One more question for you about the information deficiency box that you testified about. Is the village contending that the information that Limited provided to the authority itself in response to the authority's questions about the assets were insufficient in any way?
I don't know how to answer that question other than to say that, you know, it became the local government commission's interest in what's a proper valuation or not. And, you know, from like, you know, March, April, May on, it was a local government commission that had serious concerns about the valuation of these assets. And in particular, the state auditor and the state treasurer, the two people most responsible for protecting the financial interests of this state, were the ones that could never be satisfied that Limited and the authority provided a just valuation for their transportation assets. That's where it sits. I can't answer anything beyond that.
That's fair. Let me ask it in a different way. Your testimony, if I'm understanding it correctly, that you offered to the club's council was that questions were asked and insufficient information was provided. Is your testimony that the authority and the authority members asked for information from Limited that they didn't get?
No, the local government commission asked questions and they weren't satisfied with the answers they got. That's what I meant by it.
You mentioned in your direct testimony, in this case, Mr. Gardner, that you're a user of the parking facilities.
Yes,
And I think you used the phrasing that your car is parked for many days at D Point because you're a resident of the island.
yes, yes.
And I think in your direct, you also mentioned that you buy a pass for the lot.
Premium or annual pass, I think.
So you buy a premium pass that entitles you to park every day of the year in the lot.
Yes,
And that allows you to expect that when you roll up with a pass for a premium, that there's going to be a spot for you.
certainly.
I'd like to, Chair, if we could, I'd like to mark as SG Cross 1 and SG Cross 2. I'm sorry, which one? SG 1, SG 2.
Thank you.
What we want to, since they need something like label on them, hand out, maybe that, tell everyone, here's what's there.
Oh, it needs different. These appear to be identical.
Which one's not nice?
Oh, no, I see. Yeah.
Mr. Gardner, have you had a chance to look at the two
Yes.
exhibits that have been handed you?
I have.
Okay, I'd like to identify them for the record so that it's clear which exhibit we're talking about in each one. So these exhibits represent two copies of the same document that was produced in Discovery. They're each labeled the BHL IT document number 719. The one that's been marked as exhibit number 1 to your cross-examination is exactly as it was produced to the village in discovery. And the document that has the yellow highlighting across the bottom of it, that's SG2, is the same document produced in discovery, just with the added color highlighted notations that I added to the bottom of the document.
Certainly.
We on the same page?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Reisinger, I'm going to identify them as the unedited version as STG. Cross-examination exhibit 1. And the one with the yellow highlights on it will be STG cross-examination exhibit 2.
I apologize, Mr. Gardner, I cheated you out of your T. I didn't mean to do that in your initials. So, Mr. Gardner, taking a moment to look at Exhibit 1. This is a document that I think you've seen before in the case with the rates for the parking.
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to sort of locate you within the chart. So what you purchase is an annual pass that falls in the premium category, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And as you said, and that would entitle you in the scheme of those lots to park in the lot that's closest to the terminal, correct?
Correct.
And to the best of your recollection, is the $13.50 fairly representative of what you paid for your pass?
I seem to recall that's what I paid for this year. Yes.
Okay. And with regard to looking at Exhibit 2, the one with the yellow highlighting at the bottom, I've placed some calculations at the bottom only to divide those numbers by 365, so that you'd agree that you're entitled to park your car there 365 days a year, true?
I'm trusting your, yes, and I trust your math.
And the only thing I would say about my math is that you need to accept only that I typed them into a calculator in good faith, and my wife does not allow me to bounce the checkbook. So.
Then do you mind if I check? I'm just teasing.
Yeah, get the phone out, right? Go right ahead. So with regard to my good faith calculations with regard to that, would you accept that you're allowed to park in the lot 365 days a year?
Yes.
And a spot is reserved for you because you pay for and hold a pass, and so a spot's reserved for you each of those days of the year?
Hopefully, yes.
Yeah, okay. And at 365 days a year, the price for that is $3.70 a day.
It appears, yes.
Okay. And going across the bottom of STG cross 2, I've just done the same thing with regard to dividing those numbers by 365 days and placing below that the general lot, a place that you could also buy a pass for if a resident of the island didn't want to pay to be in the closest lot, you could buy an annual pass in the general lot that's just a little bit further away. True?
True.
Okay. And the contractor lot where the math divides out to $1.92 a day, that's generally speaking used to the testimony of other village witnesses and yourself at deposition by folks who are working on the island, driving the economic engine of the island, building things on the island.
Correct.
And I think some employees of the island testified that they parked in that lot as well.
Correct.
And the employee column at the far end of STG2 indicates that employees can buy passes, and there's a $1.78 per day value to that pass. True?
It appears, yes.
And you, at your deposition, and I think we had a little dialogue about the fact that on occasion, employers buy those passes for their workers who come out to the island to work. True?
Yes.
And so, to your understanding, either the employee themselves or the employer could pay for that.
Correct.
Okay. And looking at those, I'm going to ask you a few questions with reference to STG2, the document with the highlighting. There have the village has filed various exhibits and testimony and pleadings in the case that have suggested that there's evidence of monopoly pricing of use on the island. Are you familiar with those allegations?
Objection. That's mischaracterizing the testimony.
Are you familiar with the statement that there's monopoly pricing abuse that the village believes is indicative of over-earning on the parking assets?
I don't recall using market price abuse. I think there's monopoly pricing.
Mhm.
And that's the fear and concern we have is that if unregulated, that these prices could go up in any degree to maximize the profits for a private investment firm. And we're just looking for, in the public interest, we once again view our job as village council to look out for the public interest, that we want to try to ensure that fair rates are established to allow people to get to and from, to park their car to get to and from the ferry.
Does the village have the view, looking again at STG Exhibit 2, Mr. Gardner, that any of the daily prices that are reflected there are excessive or abusive?
I would say at this point, not necessarily, although I would add that the annual pass, I seem to recall paying $1,200 for the annual pass just a couple of years ago, and it's already up to $1,350. And I think the general daily pass just 2 or 3 years ago was $10, now it's $12. So, where does it go from here is the concern.
And the increases that you've kind of just testified to are already baked into the pricing that's in this exhibit, true?
Yes.
Do you have, in your testimony, both in your direct and rebuttal, or in your direct and in your deposition testimony, you were kind enough to testify to me in the deposition about that villagers express concerns to you about the activities of the parking and barge and the ferry, true?
Yes.
Are there any, have you received any complaints from village citizens who are able to buy passes to allow them to park for less than $4 a day?
Repeat that question.
Sure. You've testified earlier in the proceeding that it's a pretty common occurrence that people express concerns to you as a village official about issues related to the conduct of the parking in the barge and the ferry, true? Right.
Yes.
And all I'm asking is, have any village citizens ever complained to you that paying $3.70 a day for parking or $3.29 a day for parking is excessive or too much?
I have not heard them put it in that terms. Once again, the concern that has been raised is because of the increases that have happened in the last 2 or 3 years and what happens next. That's the concern I've heard most. And I've heard it many times.
In this proceeding, Sharpview has made a series of commitments regarding their going forward ownership. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar that one of them relates to tying future increases in parking rates to the consumer price index. Have you seen that?
Yes, for a period of time. And then what happens next?
And with regard to the owner that's proposed to go forward with the assets, they're making commitments with relation to the prices that are in STG2 on a going forward basis, true?
It's my understanding, yes.
Mr. Gardner, in your rebuttal testimony, you make the statement that it would be unfair to allow Limited to dismantle the integrated transportation system. Do you recall making that statement?
I do.
Right. And just in fairness, I want to sort of cabin this in the way that you all are thinking about it. When you use the term integrated transportation system, the village is thinking about all these assets together because you believe they're an integrated whole, true?
Yes.
Right. And the concern that you have is keeping them together, or you've expressed and other witnesses have expressed, true?
Yes.
And the buyer that has been proposed in this docket and is under contract to purchase them is going to buy them all together as opposed to individual buyers buying different parts of the assets, true?
Well, we understand that that's the intent, but at issue is with there's a transfer proceeding that is going to deal with the ferry side of things, and it's undetermined at this point, which is why we filed for injunctive relief. It's undetermined at this point whether the parking and barge will be sold, whether all assets will transfer at the same time. I will agree that at this point, all assets appear to be heading towards ownership by Sharpview.
Mr. Gardner, does the village believe that a favorable result in this docket will result in the purchase price of the assets being lowered?
We don't particularly care what the purchase price is. We're just looking for the rates to be fair. And we're looking for the utilities regulatory accounting process to determine what fair rates would be. That's what we're looking for.
Mr. Gardner, making its way around the horn, so to speak, in baseball playoff times will be STG cross-examination exhibit 3. And for the record, I'll indicate that it is a composite exhibit of 2 documents that were produced to us by the village in this action, and they bear the Bates numbers VBHI 3514 and VBHI 3659. And please take a moment to look at both the documents and let me know when you've had a chance to do that.
This is number 3.
It certainly is, STG 3. Yes, sir.
All right, this 2-page exhibit will be identified as STG Cross-Examination Exhibit 3.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look at both of them?
Yes.
Right. And I just have a couple questions about them. You're entitled certainly to refer to any part of them as you need to in responding. But I show them to you in relation to your statement that just now that the village doesn't really care what the price is, that you have other regulatory interests. Am I recalling that testimony correctly?
Correct. Yeah.
And the portions of Exhibit 3 that I'd just like to ask you about, in the next to last paragraph of the top email that's addressed to you from Robert Blau, the person that sent this email to you on January 31st, 2022. You see that?
Are you on which page?
I'm on the front page that bears the 3514 number at the bottom.
So your question again, please?
Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. I was just
Okay.
identifying the document. I move slow sometimes. So just to set the document, because I know you were looking at, this is the top email in this thread is an email sent by Robert Blau to you, and it's dated January 31, 22. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. You did a search of your personal emails in response to discovery requests, and you provided this information, this email to council, and it was provided to us, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
In the next to last paragraph of the email from Mr. Blau to you that's at the top of the thread, at the bottom of that, there's a statement that says, even so, regulation or even the threat of regulation represents the best/only available means of keeping the transportation system's sale price at a reasonable level, regardless of who acquires it. Do you see that?
I do see
Okay.
that.
And then just for a second, I'd like you to also turn to the second page of that exhibit. And this is an email that did not go to you, but that the village has stipulated to the authenticity of this email as a part of the personal email productions. This is an email from Mr. Blau to Gerald Maggio. I'm sorry, am I mispronouncing his name?
No, that's correct.
Okay. And what's his position with the village?
Jerry Maggio is a village council person.
And this is an email that bears the base number 3659 at the bottom, and it's a 7/28/22 email from this summer. Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And the passage that I just wanted to draw to your attention in this one is in the third paragraph. The second sentence says, "The important thing is to get the sales price down to a reasonable level, recognizing that regulating the barge and parking is the best and only practical way of doing that." You see that?
I do.
Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Okay. And so with reference to those passages, my question is, one, have you discussed with any other village officials the statements that Mr. Blau and the sentiments he expressed in these emails concerning regulation being a vehicle to impact the sales price of the assets?
I recall having discussions with council members about the regulatory compact, that for a certificate to operate a monopolized public utility, you're guaranteed the establishment of fair rates for a reasonable amount for adequate service. And we would look to the Utilities Commission regulatory process to establish fair rates.
And I appreciate that response, and I think you gave that a little bit early in response to another of my questions. And my question here is, did you discuss this issue with any other village council members about the possibility that a regulatory outcome in this proceeding would impact the sales price of the assets?
That it might, yes, that it might.
Did you all discuss that in open or closed session?
Closed session.
Did you discuss it with any of the village councilors outside of a formal session?
Not to my recollection.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have about that exhibit.
Okay.
Mr. Gardner, in your rebuttal testimony, you make the statement that you didn't see any serious consideration of the public interest in the direct testimony that Limited filed in the case. You recall making that statement?
I do.
Okay. And have you read all the direct testimony that was filed on behalf of Limited in the case?
I have. I have.
And have you read Sharpview's rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I don't want to revisit the significant testimony regarding the authority and the efforts to establish the authority. You've spoken to that and other witnesses have. My question is, would you concede that when Limited worked for years to sell its assets to a public authority at less than fair market value as required by the statute, the enabling statute, were they paying heed to the public interest in attempting to do that?
As I recall, the statute, the legislation required that the sales of the transportation assets be at assessed value. Now, what was undefined is how is assessed value defined? And so it could be income-based approach, it could be market-based approach, it could be through the regulatory approach. I mean, that question was left unanswered. And so, and I can understand why Limited would have done this. They're trying to maximize the amount of money they can get for their assets. They led the transportation authority to a valuation process based on cash flows that provides the highest assessed value that they could probably get. That's once again, I'm not a financial analyst, I'm not a real estate attorney, but that's what it appears to me. And if in fact the public interest was seriously considered, I don't understand why they wouldn't pursue regulation of the parking and barge operation as the ferry is, so that adequate regulation is in place going forward to ensure that fair rates are charged for a good level of service and with a proper and adequate rate of return for the investors that would own the assets going forward.
So let's unpack that a little bit. With regard to this, what the statute says, we'll leave that for another day. The statute, you agree the statute says what it says with regard to what the price needs to be. Fair enough?
Mhm.
With regard to your suggestion, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. I believe you said that you thought that limited led the authority toward, or led them toward a price. Is that is that what you said? Or is that what you meant to say?
That's what it appeared to me. My personal opinion, that's what it appeared to me. But I wasn't part of those deliberations. I wasn't in any of those meetings, so I don't know what happened.
And it's fair that the village is aware that the authority that limited provided a lot of financial information to the authority. Fair?
My understanding they did.
And the authority had its own financial consultants for the deal. They used Davenport and UBS as their financial consultants to help them arrive at what they ought to pay for the deal. True?
True.
On down to the issue of your testimony about whether it was in the public interest to sell it to an authority. Are you testifying that it would have only been in the public interest had Limited agreed to sell it to the authority and also agreed to the regulation that the village is asking for in the case?
No, our view is that the Transportation Authority would have provided that regulatory oversight by virtue of the fact that its appointed members were appointed by elected officials. So unfortunately what happened is that in doing the authority's work and presenting it to the local government commission, the local government commission raised questions to understand how values and the valuations were determined, sales price was determined, and they sought questions to answers or answers to questions, and they weren't set. My understanding, based on hearing, listening, and tuning in, was they weren't satisfied with the answers they got, and so you need to look to the local government commission. I think they need to answer the question about the valuation issue. I've tried to address my concerns going in and throughout, but at some point, the local government commission kicked in, and they're the ones that had issues about that same valuation. And I expect there was concern about the valuation in being in the public interest.
As sometimes happens with witnesses, you answered a better question than I asked. So I'm going to try to unpack a little bit of your answer. One of the things that you said in your response to my question, Mr. Gardner, is that the authority itself, as it was enabled under the statute, it was going to have the regulatory authority over these assets that the village is seeking here. True?
Yes.
And Limited was willingly and earnestly attempting to sell the assets to a regional governance authority that would have exactly the authority, the regulatory authority that you're seeking here. True?
Yes.
And Limited was so enthusiastic about that, or let me strike that. Limited was supportive of that in the way that it gave grants to the village to help get the authority going and the process going of trying to sell its assets to a public authority. Is that fair?
Yes.
Let
me correct that. What I'd like to say is whether they were generous in doing so, I don't know that generous is the right word I would use there. They did it.
That's fair. And if I used generous, I didn't mean to load it that way. But just for the record, there were grants made to the village to help the village, in the process of getting the authority going. True?
I don't know that it was the village's role to get the authority going. I think the village simply served as a vehicle to handle the money, to fund the authority, because the authority didn't have any organization or structure to handle financial matters at that point, early on anyway. That's my understanding. I don't know that to be absolutely true.
Here today, and in the deposition testimony that you gave earlier in the case, you testified about the points at which the village got off the train, so to speak, on the authority and decided that its own path might be a better one than working in the authority. Fair?
Or it might be a solution if the authority's proposal is not approved. So we weren't trying to outflank the authority. It just appeared to us that the authority may not get approval for their proposal. So all we were simply doing was providing an alternative if the opportunity presented itself, and if Limited would be willing to negotiate and work with us towards an APA, which never happened.
At the point at which the village decided to take those steps and make its own proposal, and its support for the authority, lessened, did the village consider that it was a possibility that Limited would turn to looking for a private buyer that similar to itself, since the authority solution wasn't going to be available?
We always knew that that was a possibility.
And in knowing that's a possibility, you knew, the village knew and appreciated, I take it, that the regulatory structure that was going to be in place with the authority would not be an option. True?
If they couldn't get approval for their proposal, then yeah, the authority then is not in consideration. So Limited has to look for other options.
In your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Gardner, you made the statement, I want to get it right, that Limited seemed, quote, to be focused on maximizing its financial return rather than ensuring the long-term success of the island. Recall making that statement?
I do.
And in regards to that statement, you're focusing on the Limited's exiting conduct, and you're believing that the assets are not headed in a direction that are in the long-term interests of the island?
Potentially, yes.
And with regard to, I want to ask you a few questions about the destination of the assets. I think you were kind enough to tell me before that you've read the rebuttal testimony that was filed by Sharpview in this case by Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. So on the point of the long-term success that the village is interested in, Mr. Roberts testified that Sharpview believes that a successful island community, the clubs and vacationer tourism, is essential for the successful operation of the assets that they're going to buy.
Totally agree.
Totally agree. You agree with that?
I do.
Okay. And that sentiment or attitude from the buyer, is that, the type of long-term success interest that the village is looking at, a buyer that's interested in that symbiotic success
Certainly.
between those assets?
We'd look for Sharpview if they are successful at closing the deal, and we would look for any subsequent buyer to have that same mindset. But you never know. And again, that's why, and we don't know how long Sharpview intends to hold the assets. We've seen what Mr. Roberts testified. We heard and he's confirmed that in this hearing, but we don't know how long. And our concern is, it certainly is for the present. We're pushing this for the present, but it's for 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 20, 30 years down the future of the island. We're working to ensure has a transportation system that is reliable, fairly priced, and that whoever owns it in the private sector gets a reasonable rate of return. All we're asking for is fairness. Assurance that we're going to have a quality transportation system that's reliable, meets the needs of the island, and it's done so at a fair price.
One of the interests that in terms of the long-term success of the island, one of the things that the village has emphasized is that the assets be kept together as opposed to be parceled out.
Correct.
The purchase by Sharpview would satisfy that, wouldn't it? That Sharpview is going to purchase all the assets.
If it's done, yes.
And one of the other concerns that you have testified about in your direct and rebuttal and also at your deposition is about the village's concern about the continued availability of parking. True?
Yes.
And Sharpview has committed in their testimony before the commission not to reduce the level of parking that's available unless the commission would later give them authority to do that. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall.
Right. And Mr. Roberts has testified that Sharpview has, as an equity fund, has the assets available to it to meet the needs for expansion or growth of the system.
I've heard that statement and trust that to be true, but don't know for sure.
And does the village have any, does the village believe that those assurances of availability of parking are insufficient to meet its concerns with regard to parking availability?
Could you repeat that question one more time?
Sure. I'll try to ask a better one. With regard to the commitments that Sharpview has made about the continued availability of the parking, does the village believe that those are sufficient to ensure that there'll be a continued available parking?
I don't know the answer to that, and I can't speak for the other council members at that point, but I would just say, I don't know enough about Sharpview's financial status and capabilities to know whether they can or can't. We trust that the transfer certificate proceedings will make a determination about that. We anxiously await to hear the results.
And the village will have an opportunity to participate in the transfer proceeding and make its feelings known about any issues it likes in the transfer, true?
Certainly.
Right. At your deposition, I asked you a question, and I'm going to read you the question and answer in full. And then I want to ask a question about it in relation to the things that we've been talking about here. I asked you, why does the village, my question was, why does the village think that Sharpview, for instance, as the next proposed owner of those two assets, parking and barge, would have any interest in pricing the parking such that people wouldn't want to come take the ferry, that they're going to be required to operate pursuant to a certificate from the commission? And your response was, once again, we don't know what their full intent is. So without that knowledge and without that assurance, we would seek to obtain that assurance through regulation through the Utilities Commission.
Right.
You recall that dialogue?
I do.
Okay. Would you agree that Sharpview has made commitments in this proceeding that move considerably down the road with regard to providing the kinds of assurances that you didn't know about at the time of your deposition with regard to their plans?
Well, some of those commitments were made in a Baldhead Association public meeting back in July, so I'm familiar with some of the commitments, and then I've heard others, and most recently with the rebuttal testimony by Mr. Roberts, and we appreciate that. That is good to hear. But the question is, for how long, and then what?
One of the other concerns that the village has expressed with regard to the transfer relates to the imputation of funds that's been discussed at length. You were in the audience yesterday, and you've heard a little bit about that again today.
I have.
And so in that context, you understand that there's an imputation of a little over $500,000 that's made to the ferry coming out of the last rate case.
Yes.
Is the, and I take it you're aware, since you've reviewed the testimony in the case, that Sharpview has committed that it steps into the shoes of the commitment to make that, imputation, payment, and they would do so until the commission allowed them to do otherwise. Does the village have any concerns that that commitment is insufficient with regard to the imputation of funds?
We don't know the answer to the question. We don't know enough. We haven't been able to get our hands on the financials, like, due to non-disclosure. So we don't know whether that number's right, whether it needs to be different. We appreciate the willingness to impute going down the road, but, and we could perhaps see, a solution that would include imputation of parking revenues into ferry operations, among other options to be considered. And we would look for the commission and its process to help determine the proper and most fair way to handle that issue.
With regard to whether in the future there's a change in the amount, whether the imputation is eliminated, it's lowered, it's raised, that's a decision that would be made in the context of the next rate case and not here. True?
Correct.
I really appreciate your time. I've got no further questions.
Thank you.
Questions from Sharpview?
Might I have a moment?
Mr. Bear?
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Gardner, with respect to the last line of questioning with regards to the Sharpview commitments that have been made, it got a little confusing as between the oral representations that have been made in connection with the preliminary injunction motion, things that you maybe have heard in public meetings, and things which were filed in Sharpview's testimony. But let me just ask sort of a more general follow-up to that. Is it your understanding that the commitments that have been made, promises, whatever you call them at this point in time, are conditional on a decision by the commission that it not exercise regulatory authority with respect to the barge and the parking?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Is it your understanding that these promises, statements, whatever you call them, would be binding upon some third party?
I haven't taken them as such.
Do you know whether these promises, statements have been time limited in nature?
I seem to recall that, some may or may not. I don't know that I can answer your question specifically, but other than to say that there's some that don't seem to have. Some have time limits on, some do not. But
Well, would that be an issue, do you think, for you and or the village to the extent that a particular commitment had an expiration clock?
it would bother the village if it had an expiration clause, yeah.
Are promises, in your view, a substitute for the backstop of commission regulation?
No.
Now, with respect to just sort of responding to some of the specific questions that were asked to you, you were asked about an annual pass, and you were walking through some calculations for that, the parking pass for Deep Point. Is the parking pass a guarantee of availability at a particular spot, or is it, as available?
It is supposed to provide you parking in a particular area, but there have been times when that area has been full and the owner has had to continue to expand the size of it. Now, I'm not sure where things stand right now. But there have been times when people I know, never happened to me personally, people I know tried to get in and couldn't. And then there's a list of people that have tried to purchase the premium passes that couldn't get them. I don't know where that stands either. Maybe that's been settled out and the waiting list is down to nothing. I don't know.
Okay. Now, you were asked by council about funding for the Transportation Authority. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Do you know whether or not, as I understand your testimony, your response to those questions, you were describing what was happening as the village being a conduit of payments from limited to the authority?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know whether, you're familiar that there is a state law that set up the Transportation Authority?
I am.
Do you know that whether or not that state law prohibited the authority from taking funds from a private entity?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Objection. It just calls for a legal conclusion.
Okay. And who is,
Hold
Who
on.
is-
I'm gonna overrule the objection to the extent the witness has knowledge and he can answer the question.
have you, I think you answered the question.
I'm unaware. I was not aware of that.
Okay. And who is, and to your understanding, is funding the Transportation Authority?
Well, Limited provides the funds. It is handled through the village accounting system and pays the bills for either the village submits the check to the authority and the treasurer pays the bills, or I'm not quite sure how that particular part of it, but all the funding for the Transportation Authority, to my knowledge, has come from Baldwin Island Limited.
Are you aware of it?
Limited,
There's not a state appropriation for the Transportation
not to
Authority?
my knowledge.
Okay. All right. So, if you could direct your attention to, I believe, what was marked as cross exhibit number 3. There were a couple of emails from an individual by the name of Robert Blau.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
And who is Robert Blau?
Bob Blau is an island resident, has been for a number of years. He's had a career in the regulatory world. I have a modest relationship with him. We've never dined together. We've never spent a lot of time together, but we have had conversations about any number of issues. When it comes to village issues, since I've been on the council, I've had a lot more conversations with Mr. Blau about any number of issues, including transportation.
He's a homeowner on the island?
Yes, he is.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe that the first paragraph of page 1 alludes to the regulatory experience that
Yes.
you
Yes.
that you mentioned. And I assume you have a lot of communications from members of the public, given your public role on behalf of the village?
I do.
Okay. If you would turn to page 2 of this exhibit. And just to be clear, does Mr. Blau speak for the village?
No, he does not.
He's not a member of the council?
He is not.
Okay. With respect to the first paragraph here on page 2, want to read a portion of this and see if I've got it right. Beginning of the second sentence. Chad suggested at one point that rates could actually go up, since, as he put it, the Utilities Commission would calculate the system's new regulated rate base based on how much Sharpview pays for it, 56 million versus its current or old rate base net book value of its existing plant, which is approximately 20 million.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it states?
That's what it states.
And then he states the difference, 36 million, would be booked for rate making purposes as goodwill. And since state regulators generally do not allow utilities to earn a rate of return on goodwill, user fees for parking, barge, and ferry service would go down, not up. Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
And then the next sentence says that could be problematic for the island if Sharpview overpays for the system and is not allowed by regulators to earn a reasonable return on its actual investment. Much needed capital spending on system improvements going forward would likely go south along with service quality. Did I capture that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So what would, what's your understanding of what he's saying there?
Well, if Sharpview, which has a commitment to its investors for certain rates of return, is not allowed to, through the rate-making process, not allowed to have the amount of revenues coming in to make those payments, then they have to cut costs, and cutting costs affects service.
And he is talking in here about valuation for rate making purposes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the questions you were asked by counsel as to the sales price, if the amount that Sharpview pays for the assets, who ultimately is going to, who are they going to recover that from?
The ratepayer.
Objection.
The ratepayers.
You want to be heard?
Yeah, I mean, this witness is speculating about a topic that he has said he doesn't understand the ins and outs of Sharpview's investment, but yet he's now attempting to testify about how they're going to run their business or handle business decisions. So we would object to him speculating about those issues.
And we'd also object to the term of art of recovery and the witness's inability to have a foundation to answer that question.
Do you have a response?
I think he responded to my question fine. I think it's the extent of his experience is pretty clear from his testimony. I mean, I'm
I'm
happy.
going to sustain on the speculation.
Okay. So with respect to the parking operation, who are the folks who pay for parking?
The users, people
Okay.
that park their cars there. It's the system.
And is there a concern on the island that the users of the system will end up paying for whatever valuation, whatever purchase price there is if this transaction is consummated? Is there a concern on the island that ultimately those folks who are paying for parking will end up paying for the purchase price?
Yes.
Objection to the question, asking for him to speculate about what people on the island think.
I think I'm asking what people are at, or what's on their mind, and what are they saying to him?
No speculation.
I
People
overrule
here-
the objection to the extent of what you know about it.
All
You may answer the question.
All I can say is from what I'm hearing from people that use the system. They are concerned about paying for the potential overvalue of a set of assets.
And the folks who pay for parking, are those the same people who ride the ferry?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Mr. Reisinger asked you some questions about concerns that have been raised by citizens of the island with respect to this proceeding. Could you turn to Exhibit STG 1?
Okay.
And what is this exhibit?
On the page, I think you have directed me to, it's a statement of consumer position
Correct.
authored by Bob Blau and Paul Carey.
Okay. And direct your attention to the third paragraph.
Okay.
Beginning, failing that, we are concerned. Could you read that sentence?
Yes. Out loud.
Yes.
Failing that, we are concerned that the current system will be broken up with the less profitable regulated passenger ferry and the exceedingly profitable unregulated parking and barge components sold off to different owners.
Okay.
Excuse
And-
me, I'm sorry, Counsel, could you tell us what document you're reading from?
Yes, this is Exhibit STG1, page 2.
That document.
No, the STG, the pre-filed exhibits.
To direct.
Direct estimate.
Thank you.
And could you read the next sentence, the first sentence of the following paragraph?
We do not believe that breaking up Bald Head Island's transportation system is in the island's best interest, particularly if the regulated passenger ferry were left to operate on its own and different owners of the currently unregulated parking and barge monopolies were free to set rates at whatever level they believe the market will bear.
And if you would just turn to let's kind of flip through the next few pages. I see a lot of names and addresses here. What do these represent to your knowledge?
They represent property owners on Bald Head Island
Okay,
in support of the statement.
okay. And page 1 of this exhibit states that it's signed by over 400 Bald Head Island property owners. Do you see that on page 1 of the exhibit?
Yes.
And so are these representative of the sort of concerns that you're hearing from the folks that you represent as a council member?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you say is the level of concern about this issue with respect to the people on the island and the stakeholders of the island?
It's a serious concern. I mean, people are concerned that their transportation system going forward, particularly if parking and barge are in an unregulated environment, they're concerned about pricing, they're concerned about service, and they're looking for someone to look out for the public interest.
Okay. I want to follow up on some questions that have been asked by various council with respect to the local government commission. Am I correct that did you generally either attend or monitor local government commission meetings when they dealt with Bald Head Island issues?
I did not attend any in person, but I listened in on most.
Okay. And they're available online? Is
Yes,
that
they are.
Okay. So you were asked by council about the local government commission's consideration of the transportation bond application. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Let me hand out to you an exhibit here. If I could mark this exhibit as Gardner Redirect Exhibit 1.
Let's stay with our naming convention so far anyway. STG Redirect Exhibit 1. And before you ask any questions about it, we're going to stop for a brief break. Be back at 11:20. We're still on redirect to this witness. Where is the witness?
Okay. We back on? Mr. Gardner, you've got what has been marked as STG redirect exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is a letter to the local government commission by a number of island residents. After so this letter was presented to the commission after the sales price was announced. Well, it looks like almost about a month and a half or more after the sales price was announced.
Okay. And do you see in this letter that there's a number of concerns that are articulated about the sale process?
If you give me a minute to read back through it, let me. Okay. Your question again?
Yeah, I just, there was a general question. Does this letter generally identify various concerns with
Yes.
the? Okay. And just focusing on the first paragraph, the beginning and the 3 years, the BHITA, could you read that to the end of that paragraph?
We have great concern about the potential adverse impact of the sale of the Ball Island Ferry to the Ball Island Transportation Authority. In the nearly 3 years the BITA has existed, property owners have received little to no information about the process or deliberations. This is troubling. The ferry's affordability and service levels are critical to the island.
And this is not the village speaking, correct?
No.
This is a letter from citizens.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'd like to hand you another exhibit if I could. If we could mark this as STG redirect exhibit number 2.
It'll be so marked.
Chair, please, we'd object to the admission of this document. It's not relevant. None of the parties are involved in any way with this document. It's a document between 2 state officials that this witness is not copied on or it has, no foundation to testify about.
I'm sure this is a public document that's directly responsive to matters that have been placed into issue by limited in this proceeding, namely what happened before the local government commission.
I'll overrule.
Mr. Gardner, have you seen this letter before?
I have.
And what is it?
It's a letter from the state auditor to the state treasurer. It's speaking to issues of what the local government commission is required to look to review or should review when it comes to approving bond proposals.
Okay, and do you understand that this letter was written in reference to the Bald Head Island Transportation System application?
Yeah, I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, and there's, in fact, down in the 1, 2, 3, 5th paragraph, there's a reference to that application, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if I could direct your attention to the 4th paragraph of this letter, could you read that?
This is the paragraph that begins to date, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. To date, the commission has not received the evidence required by statute that supports the value of the assets and provides adequate support for commission member consideration, verifying that the amount proposed is adequate and not excessive.
And if you would flip to the 2nd page of this letter, please. And would you read the first 2 sentences of the first paragraph?
That begins as a voting member.
Yes.
As a voting member of the commission, North Carolina General Statute 159 requires that I have the information/evidence I need to approve or reject the application. Thus far, I have not been provided that information.
Okay. And if you would just flip down a few paragraphs to while I have seen firsthand, could you read that sentence?
While I have seen firsthand the extreme pressure put upon you to get the applications on the commission's agenda, that cannot be the reason for putting them on the December 2021 agenda.
And then just the concluding sentence, again, I insist.
Again, I insist the 2 applications for the approval of the sale of bonds to purchase the Ball Island Transportation System be removed from the December 2021 agenda.
So what do you take away? Do you understand that that Auditor Wood is a member of the Local Government Commission?
I am.
And what do you take away from what you just read with respect to this letter? What does she say?
Objection, foundation. He's asking for an interpretation of a takeaway of a letter he didn't write or receive.
I'm asking the witness what his understanding of the words on the paper are.
Overruled.
My understanding of the words on the paper is that the commission has not received the evidence required by statute that supports the value of the assets, and consequently, for either proposal. So consequently, the auditor was requesting that the treasurer not put this issue before a vote until those answers were addressed. And also mentioned extreme pressure being put upon getting these applications to a vote.
Do you know who's applying the extreme pressure?
I do not.
Okay. Now,
I know it wasn't the village.
okay. And I believe that you testified earlier that you personally audit the local government commission meetings.
Yes.
And have you personally heard Auditor Wood make statements which are similar to what are in this letter?
Yes.
And can you just describe what you've heard her say?
Well, much along the same lines, in her, it's been a while. I'll try to summarize this very briefly, but there were questions that the auditor had with regard to the valuations. I recall issues of the sales price or the valuations against the tax value as determined by the Brunswick County Tax Department. I recall issues of the condition of ferries, trams, luggage handling, etc., that in her view were not included, determined, mentioned, or discussed at all in any of the evaluations. And there are more, but I can't recall right now.
And can I assume that to the extent that the auditor believes that information hasn't been provided, that's not the village's fault, correct?
That is correct.
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
Okay.
Chair, the witness just said that both the proposals had deficiencies.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes, I've an additional exhibit to pass out if I could.
Same.
Preserve the objection. Commissioner Brian Bland, we would have for the record, we just like to preserve our objection, the same objection that we had to the prior exhibit regarding this one not involving the witness or any of the parties in the case.
So noted for the record, and I'll overrule the objection.
Madam Chair, I'd like to mark this exhibit as STG redirect exhibit number 3.
It'll be so identified.
Mr. Gardner, have you seen this letter before?
I have.
Letter dated January 12, 2022, again from Auditor Wood to Secretary Falwell.
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the second paragraph? The first sentence states that the applications for approval to sell bonds were removed from the December 2021 agenda.
Yes.
And then she goes on to state that she insists that no application should be included in the commission agenda in the future for approval without the support of evaluation and appraisal that provides a credible and reliable value of the assets. Is that what it states?
That's what it states.
I asked you before about you were listening into these meetings and whether you had heard statements similar to this from Auditor Wood, but I neglected to ask, did you hear other members of the local government commission express similar concerns about the type of information that was being provided in support of the applications?
Yes.
Direct your attention to the last paragraph of page 1, if you could just read beginning therefore.
Therefore, until any/all applicants who wish to sell bonds for the purpose of purchasing the assets of the Bald Head Island Transportation System meets the criteria of NC General Statute 159-52, the application should not be included in the commission agenda for member approval.
Okay. And to your knowledge, have the applications moved forward subsequent to this letter of January 12, 2022 at the LGC?
To my knowledge, they have not.
Mr. Gardner, I asked you a few questions on redirect just a bit ago about the attitude of Islanders with respect to this proceeding. Are you aware of a survey that was conducted by the Bald Head Association with respect to this proceeding?
Yes.
And tell me what that survey sought to elicit.
It, as I recall, is a very simple survey asking one or two basic questions, and that being, does the respondent, are they for or against regulation of the parking and barge operation by the North Carolina Utilities Commission?
Okay, and what were the results of that survey?
As I recall, 71 to 72% of the respondents supported regulation by parking and barge. I seem to think in the 15% range thought that it shouldn't be that the Utilities Commission should not regulate parking and barge, and then the 13 or so % were undecided.
Okay. And is that a large percentage in terms of usual voting patterns on Bald Head Island?
Absolutely.
We spoke a little bit about the potential impacts of this proceeding on rates and ratepayers. You recall that?
I do.
But there are also other entities on Bald Head Island that are impacted by ferry rates and parking rates, are there not?
Yes,
Okay. And could you describe some of those other entities?
certainly. I know we've spent a lot of time talking about a broad category of users of the system, and, you know, there are certainly the property owners, the full-time residents who use the ferry on a more regular basis, but there are, you know, probably 350 of those folks. There's a 400, let me just give a broader range, 350 to 450 homes that are in a rental program. So in the summertime and even now in the shoulder seasons, and on holidays, there's a lot of vacationer activity. So people that spend a week or two on the island. There are employees and contractors that represent about 40 to 45% of the annual traffic on the island are employees, people that are coming to work either for an island organization or as a contractor, you know, housing construction, home repair, home maintenance, those types of things. And then there's a group of, I want to talk a little bit about the nonprofit community. Old Baldy Foundation, the Conservancy, which is a very well respected and an environmental organization that has a very large following and brings a lot of people over to the island. I think it's one of the draws to Bald Head Island. So their employees use the ferry and parking operation. And there are a lot of what I call day trippers. I think the island uses the term day trippers, that are people that come over just for the day. Some of them are vacationing somewhere else in the southeast, but come over to Bald Head for the day. There are a lot of field trips, youth that come over during school trip or field trips to visit the Old Baldy Foundation and the lighthouse, to visit the Conservancy and what the Conservancy has to offer. So there's a pretty wide range of people that are using the parking and the ferry operations on a regular basis.
And this may go without saying, but the island is open to the public, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I might, to that point, add that we have a maritime forest that is a state organization that about a third or so of the acreage on the island is held by the state and could never be developed. That is a unique environmental asset for Bald Head, and again, part of the draw why people come to hike the trails and drive through maritime forest.
Mr. Gardner, circling back to something we touched on at the beginning of this redirect with respect to the Sharp View statements or stipulations, however you term that. Has Sharp View, to your knowledge, communicated with the village concerning what the village's concerns are and what they might want in terms of comfort?
In so much as the mayor and I have had discussions with Mr. Roberts and Mr. Paul, as we're trying to look at a potential, ownership or operational arrangement. That's been the extent of it. But in terms of meeting in front of the full council or sharing information, in a letter to the village, no, we have not received that,
Did
to my
you,
knowledge.
okay, and with respect to the commitments that have been discussed in this proceeding, had you any prior knowledge of those from Sharp View?
No.
Okay. So. That's all I have.
Questions from the commission? Mr. Kleinfeld?
Mr. Gardner, I've got a couple of really mundane questions, but they actually are pertinent to the issues before the commission. In your experience, as a longtime resident on the island and as a user of the ferry service, are you aware of folks who will pay to park in the parking facility and for purposes other than taking the ferry or using the barge? Or maybe they're employees of Ballhead Transportation or Ballhead Limited, excluding employees. Do people park there and visit other locations on the mainland?
Not to my knowledge.
You've never seen that?
No,
Have no knowledge that that occurs?
no.
Okay. You were asked some questions on cross-examination about the annual parking pass, and I believe you testified that you're the holder of an annual parking pass.
Yeah.
Do you hold an annual pass for the ferry service as well?
No.
You do not.
No.
Do you, there was an annual pass that was approved in the 2011 rate order.
Correct.
Does that still exist?
As far as I know, yes.
Do you know any of your friends or neighbors who hold an annual ferry pass?
Yes.
Do you know whether they purchase that on a combined basis with a parking pass, or do they purchase them separately?
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't have any knowledge on that subject at all,
No.
because you don't hold one yourself.
Right.
Okay, well, I'll leave that alone. You've used the barge,
Yes.
according to your pre-file testimony.
Yes.
Now, as you say in your pre-file testimony, you've had appliances, furniture, small construction materials, an HVAC unit, and a water heater that have come to your house by way of the barge.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit more about the mechanics of actually how that happened. Did the contractors or the retailers or the installers truck arrive at your house and say, hey, we got here, we came across on the barge and we got here and here's your refrigerator?
That's correct.
That's right. You didn't have to go down and make arrangements to pick up the appliances or the furniture at the barge.
Not in those cases.
And not in those cases. And when it was loaded on the barge on the mainland side to get to you, that wasn't done by the barge. That was just the truck, the installer's truck or the retailer's truck or the contractor's truck was driven onto the barge, and the appliances and the furniture were inside it.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to be sure I understood how the mechanics worked then. Now, you also say you used to have a small boat and a trailer
Yes.
that you had to take back and forth for repairs and maintenance on the mainland.
Yes.
How'd you get it to the barge?
So I would tow it with my golf cart up to the barge, and when Rusty said, go ahead, I'd back it on there. And then when we get to the other side, drive it off till the Marine Service could come pick it up. And then when the service was done, they deliver it back to the mainland ferry barge terminal, and I would go over with my golf cart, back it, pull it onto the ferry, to the barge, excuse me, and back on the island side, drive it off the barge back to the house.
And so you'd ride on the barge with it in your golf
Yes.
cart when you took it over to the mainland, and then when you brought it back, you were riding on the barge in your golf cart?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duffley?
Good morning. I had a question about the employees that come onto the island. Could you explain a bit to the commission about the ability to hire employees this past summer?
It much like a lot of places, it's the labor market's tight, and we've always had to deal with the issue of the inconvenience of ferrying the employees to and from the island. Some employees love it. It's part of the charm of their job, is to getting on a ferry and getting to work and back. To some, it's a labor, but they do it anyway because it's a job and they get paid. And as long as the ferries and the contractor ferries are running on time, it's, everybody is comfortable. But when the ferries begin not running on time, then the employees have to wait on the island side, on the mainland side, to catch a ferry that they can get over on. And then at the end of their workday, when they're expecting at the scheduled time to get on the ferry to head home, if that ferry's running late or they get bumped, then they're having to wait another 30 minutes to an hour or more beyond the normal ferry time to get back to the mainland in their car and back home. So it's when employers on the island hire these folks, the ferry is part of the explanation of what the job entails. It's the experience as they're in the job and experience the delays that may or may not allow them to want to keep the job or not.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the Indigo Plantation parking, you stated, I believe I heard testimony of it's about 4 to 5 miles away from Deep Point Marina.
I think I said, I think I recall 3.5 to 4.
3.5 to 4 miles away. And if there was a shuttle service to the Indigo Plantation, about what's the timing that you think a shuttle would take to get between those 2 points?
Probably in the 10 to 15 minute range,
Okay,
maybe 20.
okay, thank you.
But to paint the picture, when they had the shuttle at Indigo, years ago, think about a family coming on vacation. They got to drive into Deep Point. They offload their luggage, probably offload everybody except the driver of the vehicle. That driver then has to drive 10, 15, 20 minutes to Indigo, catch a shuttle, ferry back another 10, 15, 20 minutes to meet up with their family, to hop on a ferry to get the ball hit.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Commissioner McKissick.
First, I want to thank you for your testimony. Let me follow up first on some of Commissioner Duffley's questions. In terms of the time frame to get from Indigo over to Deep Point, I believe yesterday I heard that the time on a shuttle would be about 5 minutes.
Mhm.
So is it your belief that 5 minutes is an inaccurate representation?
It is. Let me correct that, Commissioner. I would say 5 minutes is the very short end of the range. I don't think I could drive it in 5 minutes. I think in my case, it would be more in the 10 to 12 minute range to some other people, because I know some shortcuts. Other people, it may take 15 minutes. But I think most people would make that drive in 10 to 15 minutes.
And are you familiar with the parking capacity over at Indigo?
I'm not sure of I'm not sure of that right now. I know there's I don't know the answer to that.
Don't know. Can you, in terms of relative size, how does it compare to the parkings available over near Deep Point?
Deep Point is much larger.
Much larger.
Yes.
Okay. Let me shift gears. I believe you indicated that the village, in contemplation of buying the assets of Bullhead, was proposing a bond referendum for $54 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did that bond referendum actually go to voters?
It did.
And when did that vote occur?
November of 2021.
November 2021.
Mhm.
So that would have been in the same time frame that the authority was seeking approval from the local government commission.
The authority began seeking approval in December of 2020.
Okay.
So this vote happened 11 months after that.
And typically when, before a bond referendum goes to the public, there's informational sections provided
Yes.
to acquaint voters as to what exactly the funds would be used for.
Yes.
Do you recall exactly what was stated during those informational sessions about how that 54 million would be spent?
Yes. So there was one session in August and a follow-up session in October leading to the November referendum. And included in that, with regards to the amount being borrowed and what those proceeds would be used for, it was a $54 million total GO bond referendum, of which 47.75 million would be used up to that amount would be used to acquire the transportation assets. Then there was some bond issuance costs in the million range, I think. And then that's 50, 48. I would just somewhere between 2 to a little over 2 million was in bond issuance costs. Okay. And then there was 4 million. We added 4 million to make capital improvements immediately upon the issuance of the bonds to improve things in the transportation system that we thought were necessary.
And what did those things include, if you recall?
So there are serious concerns about luggage handling on both the Deep Point side, but mostly on the island side. When during peak season, there's not enough covered area for the luggage containers to bring luggage off the ferry, lay it out, to put the luggage on the racks for people to get, much like at an airport, when you pick your luggage up at the conveyors. And then each individual family is to move that to the tram they've been assigned, and then off it goes. So many times, and particularly in bad weather, heavy rains and so forth, the luggage is laid out in the rain and gets wet. And so we would seek, one of the solutions was to try to work on building some additional covered luggage areas. Other included the potential purchase of replacement trams, the trucks, because they were in serious. There was a period of time when they weren't being replaced. We don't believe on the schedule that they once were replaced. They were just looking older. They were more beat up and not the quality of the product that we had been used to on the island. The trailer covers, the trailer that the passengers sit in, have a fabric or canvas cover, again, to protect them from the rain. A number of those were ripped and torn, flapping around in the wind. And then, again, in rainy weather, passengers getting wet. Those are the types of things we were looking to improve, make capital improvements on.
So I take it, since the village was proposing to acquire these assets for about 47.5 million, you felt as if that was a reasonable fair market value?
No, we did not. We
did not.
Once again, as I stated earlier, all we were trying to do was have that number in the bond referendum, because we weren't sure of the valuations. We didn't know what the true value was. But if Limited was willing to sell to the Transportation Authority for 47.75 million, surely they'd be willing to sell to the village for 47.75 million if we could determine that that was in truth the right value. And to this point, and again, the local government commission has never been satisfied that that value was true on the Transportation Authority proposal, which is why I think the state auditor referenced in her letter, neither proposal will come before them, because the village doesn't have any better information with regard to valuation than did the Transportation Authority. Well, actually, we had less because of information that the authority had, we didn't.
Now, in those informational sessions with voters, did you have any kind of pro forma information that would have been provided about how the bonds would have been repaid?
Yes.
What did they reveal? Did they reveal any proposed increase in charges?
Very good question. Again, to make things easy for the local government commission, we used many of the same pro forma variables as did the Transportation Authority. For example, their revenue projections are the same revenue projections we included in our proposal. Operating expenses were the same operating expenses we included in our proposal. Capital expenditures over the time were the same capital. So they were exact. I would say exactly. I hope I'm right about that. If they're not, they were very close to what the Transportation Authority had in their pro formas presented before the local government commission. The same ones we used in our proposal to the local government commission. And it's the same ones we used in our public meetings for the folks that would be voting on the bond referendum.
So at any point was it proposed that fees might be increased upwards to 20%?
Yes.
And that was foundational information that was presented prior to voters voting on the bond issue?
Yes.
was it suggested that there be additional ad valorem taxes used to subsidize the repayment of the bonds?
It was shared that that is a possibility, but the village, this sitting village council that was making this proposal and seeking bond referendum approval expressed our strong desire for that to never happen, that we would look to, if it made sense, we would look to adjust rates to accommodate any additional expense or cost that may be undetermined at that point in time. But if it became necessary, we were very clear that the council did hold that possibility to affect property taxes if the situation called for it.
So the goal of the village at that time was to acquire the assets, adjust rates as required and necessary to repay the
Yes,
debt service on the bonds,
correct.
and that rates could go up 20% or perhaps more, depending upon performance or revenues that were received.
That was it. We presented the worst case scenario in our proposal. And we felt that we may not have to raise rates 20% that was in the Transportation Authority proposal. Again, I think I mentioned this, but maybe not. In addition to lower bond issuance costs than the Transportation Authority, because we were issuing general obligation bonds versus revenue bonds, we were having an interest rate about 0.5% at the time, about 0.5% lower than the Transportation Authority would have borrowed their revenue bond at, which was going to save in the neighborhood of $450,000 to $500,000 a year. We could either put that money into operational improvements, or we could use that money to keep rates lower. So,
Now, when you were discussing potential expansion and improvements, I observed that you did not identify any that would increase parking capacity. Was that anticipated, or was it not included as a part of what was thought to be necessary?
No, it was discussed, and I'm trying to recall if it was specifically stated. I know it was discussed and mentioned in Q&As about, what are you guys going to do about the parking problem? Well, we would look to expand, to add parking where we could, and to, because we're going to have an issue. I mean, the island's only 2/3 or thereabouts built out. And Deep Point continues to reach capacity. And once again, I credit Limited for making changes and expanding some capacity a couple of years ago and again this past year to meet that expanded capacity. But again, there's going to be more homes built, and it's going to have to be expanded yet again. So we would look to do everything we could within the confines of the Deep Point property, and then look to expand further down the road, whether it's acquiring a lot across the street or whether it's building a parking deck. Scott Gardner's opinion is one of those two things is going to happen down the road, and we need to be thinking about it.
And there is a lot across the street, or land available across the street from the existing
There is.
Deep Point parking.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that's been on the market in recent years.
It has.
Do you know what the price was at that time?
I do not.
And as I recall, right now there's 1,250 to 1,350 homes that have been built,
Yes.
and approximately 1,900 that will ultimately one day be built on the island.
If not a few more, but in that neighborhood, yes.
Okay. Now, when that bond referendum went up, it was approved by what percentage of the voters?
59-41 or 60-40, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duffy?
I had one follow-up with respect to the lot across from Deep Point.
Mhm.
Is that across Ferry Road?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gardner, just a few questions. So to your knowledge, is Indigo still owned by Limited?
To my knowledge, yes.
And your council asked you about a survey
Mhm.
that was done, and the survey covered both the barge and the parking area, correct?
Correct.
You asked some questions on Cross about parking, about your knowledge of villagers complaining or having issues about the parking situation and what would happen with the parking
Mhm.
if this sales transaction goes through. Did you hear also about the barge in that same context?
Yes.
Did you hear about the barge as often as you did the parking?
Probably not.
Was the nature of the complaints about the barge different from the complaints
No,
as it regarded the parking?
no.
Okay, and you're familiar with the Fort Fisher Ferry?
Yes.
Um, is there a reasonable possibility in your mind that the area around Fort Fisher and the parking area used for Fort Fisher would provide some suitable substitute for the parking
I don't believe so.
facilities that's subject to this action?
I don't believe so, Commissioner. There's not much parking there. The parking, I mean, the surface lot that is there is used to align cars and vehicles to get on the Southport Fort Fisher Ferry. So there's, in my experience, it just doesn't seem to be much parking over there. And then again, it's the inconvenience of having to park there and walk quite a distance to get to the Deep Point terminal.
All right, and what would the time from arriving at the Fort Fisher area to getting on the island itself would be, how much time would be added, or would it be time added?
I take your question to be the difference between, let's say, the furthest parking space in the Deep Point parking lot, and then what's that time? And then how long would it take to get from Fort Fisher to the Deep Point terminal? I think it would probably add, 7 to 10 to 12 minutes.
All right, thank you. Are there questions on commission's questions?
Just a couple, please.
How about how long will they take?
3 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
Mr. Gardner, sitting here today, does the village know what the value of the assets is?
We do not.
And it's your testimony that there are members of the LGC who say they don't as well?
That's what I understand from reading their documents.
In your experience, is a fair definition of the value of these kinds of assets what someone in the market's willing to pay for them?
In an unregulated environment, yes.
Sharpview's agreed to buy them for 56. Do you have reason to question that's not the value if a willing buyer is willing to buy them in an arm's length transaction?
Once again, what Sharpview is willing to pay is immaterial to us. All we're concerned about is that when, at the end of the day, that the rates are fair and just, and that the users of the system are getting adequate service for a reasonable price, and the investors are getting a reasonable rate of return for their investment.
Did I beat 3 minutes?
Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Questions or commissioners' questions from Mr. Higgins?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Gardner, question on Commissioner Clodfelter's question about the location of the Deep Point parking facility or the ferry terminal. Does the location of Deep Point lend itself to use? Could folks reasonably be expected to park there to visit downtown Southport or some other point of interest?
Not to my knowledge.
Is the location of Deep Point relatively outside of Southport proper?
There's really, to me, the closest commercial establishments are probably 2 miles away. Coming in on Moore Street right before you get to House Street, it's probably close to 2 miles from the Deep Point parking lot.
All right, sir. Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Tracy?
Nothing further.
All right, I'll take motions.
Commissioner, we'd like to make a motion to move into evidence STG 1 and cross exhibits 1 and 2. Did we do 3? And 3?
And 3.
And 3.
All right. That motion will be allowed without objection.
Yes, Commissioner, we would, to the extent necessary, would move into the record the exhibits attached to Mr. Gardner's direct testimony, as well as I believe it was 3 redirect exhibits from Mr. Gardner.
That motion is allowed, and we will receive STG1, STG2, and its 3 subparts, as well as the 3 redirect exhibits. They'll be received in evidence at this time. Mr. Gardner, you may step down. I take Mr. Tratham, is he coming back on rebuttal? That's my information.
He is, yes.
All right. And at this time, we're going to break for lunch, but I was advised to let you know that there's sort of scaffolding and construction over at the entrance door, so it may take longer to get back in, and we will come back on the record at 1:30. Back to order. Case is still with the complainant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The village would call Dr. Julius A. Wright to the stand.
Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated.
Dr. Wright, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Julius A. Wright, 6 Overlook Drive, Cartersville, Georgia.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony consisting of 49 pages and 17 exhibits?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
Yes.
Madam Chair, there are 4 typographical issues that we would need to correct. And if I could just read those to you, if it would be quicker to do that.
That's fine, as long as the witness attests to them.
Okay. So let's start on page 15, line 2. At the end of the line, the word "the" should be deleted.
Yes.
On page 22, line 17, the word "it" should be deleted.
Yes.
On page 31, line 22, the next to last word in that line, "training," should be changed to "train."
That's correct.
And on page 41, line 10, the third word in that line, "whether," should be deleted.
That's correct.
Dr. Wright has corrected. If I asked you the questions and these pre-filed submissions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding a summary of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Is the summary true and accurate to the best of your information and belief?
Yes, it is.
Madam Chair, I'd ask that Dr. Wright's direct testimony be copied in the record as if orally given from the stand, at the corresponding exhibits be marked for identification as set out in his pre-filed submission.
Without objection, that motion will be allowed.
Also ask that his summary be entered into the record.
That motion is allowed as well, and the summary is entered into evidence.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. I'll make you the same promise I made to Mr. Gardner this morning. I'm going to spend a lot less time questioning you than I did at your deposition, but it probably matters a lot less to you for what you and I do for a living. So,
Okay.
but I'm going to live up to it anyway. I noticed that the binder you have in front of you, is that your direct and rebuttal with your exhibits?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's great. If you have, I'm going to cite to a few portions of either of them. And my knowledge of you is you're generally pretty good at remembering, but I have the cites for them if you want to look at them, you know, in the lines and pages as we're
Okay.
talking about them. Good. Dr. Wright, do you have any view in this case that the transaction between limited, the contracted transaction between Limited and Sharpview reflects something other than an arm's length transaction?
I was not asked to study that, and I have no opinion.
Do you have any opinion that that Limited selling to any private buyer could not be consistent with ensuring the long-term success of the island?
Could you repeat that question again?
Yeah, sure. I just want to make sure, we talked a little bit about this in your deposition. I want to make sure, do you have any opinion that if you don't sell, if Limited doesn't sell the assets to the government or to a public entity, that there's not a fashion in which Limited could ensure the long-term success of the island?
I was not asked to study that. I think, as I say in my testimony, I think the best way to move forward
or for the assets to be regulated.
Do you have any view that, that Limited was itself under any obligation to identify another public buyer when the authority construct collapsed?
I was not a party to any of those negotiations, so I can't answer that. I don't know that they had any obligation, but I don't know they didn't. I haven't studied that issue.
The witnesses and submissions by the village in the case have suggested the proposition that property owners on the island are concerned that a third party buying the assets doesn't have a vested interest in operating the system. Are you familiar with those concerns?
Yes, somewhat.
And we talked a little bit about those at your deposition, as I recall.
I don't recall that, but I'll take your representation.
From an economic standpoint, Dr. Wright, would there be any buyer that would have an interest in pricing the parking in a manner that would discourage folks from using the ferry?
From an economic standpoint, the ferry's parking, as I discussed in my testimony, is a de facto monopoly. And in fact, that's I think in the Mercator report, they call it that, or one of the reports. When you have a monopoly situation from an economic standpoint, you have a situation where the owner of that monopoly can extract what we call monopoly rents, meaning they can price the services at a much higher price than they could otherwise get in a competitive market. To the extent a buyer or anyone came in and they had a monopoly system, they could do that. I think that the people on the island have a legitimate concern that absent regulation and regulatory oversight, that monopoly pricing could occur and monopoly rents be extracted.
Does it seem logical to you from an economic standpoint that a buyer who acquired all the assets would engage in that kind of behavior in a way to discourage folks from using the ferry that they're required to operate by certificate?
Actually, what you're asking goes far deeper than that. In the situation we have with the ferry, the parking, and the barge, they essentially all are monopolies. And when you have a monopoly situation, you have a very inelastic demand curve, meaning the price can be set higher and higher and higher until such time that people just literally cannot afford it. Now, if you have that situation, you could actually do studies and determine at what price do people really stop using the services or my profits begin to diminish. And that is what their concern is. They will continue to price it a little bit higher and a little bit higher and a little bit higher. That would not occur but for the monopoly status, and that would not occur under the regulated regime. So that's the concern that you have. Now, would someone who bought the system have an incentive to use monopoly pricing? Absolutely, they would. They would have an incentive to look at the demand elasticity and say, oh, it's very inelastic demand. They have no other choice. They've got to use it. Guy has a home on the island. He's got, or they've visited the island for years, or he works on the island. So they know that those people are captive customers, and they can begin to extract what we call monopoly rents and charge a little bit higher and a little bit higher until such time that they see the demand starting to fall off, then they back off a little bit. That's what can happen with monopoly pricing.
Have you made any determinations in your analysis in this case that Limited has secured monopoly rents for the parking in this case?
No, but Limited has had approved by this commission pricings that was capped. So that was part of the last rate case.
once again, you've answered a better question I asked. Do you have any evidence that Limited has secured monopoly rents with relation to the parking or the barge, the unregulated assets?
No, I was not asked to study that.
A witness on behalf of Sharpview has rendered testimony in the action that Sharpview or any subsequent buyer of the assets would be best served by a successful island and successful enterprises on the island because that would engender success in their operations. From an economic standpoint, do you have any criticism of that proposition?
That proposition does not seem unreasonable, but I don't think it goes far enough. And that it doesn't mean that Sharpview will not look at their opportunity and ask the question, how do I make the most profits? Can I make the most profits if I continue to raise the prices a little bit? Maybe they say yes, and they begin to raise those rates, be it, I know they've made some stipulations to that, but those stipulations run out after a few years. Or maybe somebody comes along, if this transaction takes place, and a year from now, someone comes along and says, we want to buy that parking facility, or we want to buy that barge service. And Sharpview no longer owns it and somebody else owns it. Maybe they have a different viewpoint. Maybe they want to do something else with the property. So I don't think it's fair just to say that Sharpview's only interest is the interest of the island. No, Sharpview's interest is profits. And I don't begrudge them that. That's fine. But those profits do not mean that they're going to never raise the rates or never collect monopoly rents or never not sell the parking lot. You just don't know.
Dr. Wright, the market position that you ascribed to Limited in your testimony, are you of the opinion that market position was secured or maintained through any improper conduct on behalf of Limited?
Can you describe what you mean by the market position?
Yeah. I was trying to do it in a way that didn't put words in your mouth, right? You've indicated that you believe that it's not a natural monopoly, but that they're in a de facto monopoly position. Is that
correct?
Fairly describe your testimony?
For the parking services, and yes, that's correct.
And my question is, have you made any findings or drawn any conclusions that Limited obtained that position or obtained it or maintains it through any improper conduct?
No, I have not made that analysis, nor do I think that's happened.
And the same question with regard to the market position that you ascribe to Limited. Has there been any type of exclusionary, or predatory conduct on behalf of Limited with regard to that position?
On firsthand knowledge, I don't know of that. I can tell you that the mayor, I believe, told me this, and the last witness may have told me this. So you can add, I think he's coming up on rebuttal. You need to ask him that, because I hate to provide hearsay, but they said there was a taxi service that was using the Ballhead Island terminal during the COVID restrictions and stuff, and that I don't know why, but that was cut out. And the way it was put to me, that it was Limited who stopped allowing them to use that terminal.
You don't have any direct knowledge about that issue?
No, that's why I asked you to ask him, because I don't know.
Fair. And no opinions or conclusions on that issue as well?
I don't know if it's true. I don't know how it happened, but they can, if you want to know the answer to the question, ask them. They can tell you.
Have you formed any views as to whether the pricing structure that has been afforded to people who use the parking lot by Limited has provided benefits to the consuming public that use the lots?
I haven't formed any of, I didn't do an analysis of the pricing structure was beneficial to the people, but I do know there was a settlement in 2010. The pricing structure was agreed upon by the stipulating parties and approved by this commission. And to the extent the parties were reasonably satisfied on both sides, and certainly the pricing structure was something everybody agreed to.
I want to make sure I'm not parsing your testimony incorrectly. Which of the assets are you describing?
I'm
Which
describing-
which terms too? I want to make sure we're on the same page of the hymnal.
At that time, as I recall, both the parking and there were stipulations that involved the parking, and there was pricing and information that concerned the barge service and the tram service.
So with respect to the ferry and tram, there's a regulated category, and with respect to the parking, are you referring to the agreements for a certain amount of time in which rates would not be raised?
Yes, but they also cut out a couple of the classes, I think, on the parking. So there was several things on the parking, I think, that were adjusted. But the stipulating parties agreed to it, so.
Dr. Wright, on the topic of the rate base of assets and what value might be, placed on assets if they were newly placed into the ferry's rate base. Blessedly for you, you didn't offer a lot of direct testimony on that, but I do have a couple questions for you on the comments that you did make about it, about the rate base issues, if that's okay. With regard to the valuation of the parking, either as an asset or as part of a used and useful asset in the rate base, you made a comment in your rebuttal testimony that was essentially not ripe for consideration here, but that was a decision that the commission would need to make after it makes a determination as to whether these assets are regulated. Am I understanding your position on that correctly?
As far as the valuation of the asset?
Yes.
Yes, that would be the next, that would be after this.
And your rebuttal testimony, if I'm following it correctly, also said that at that time, when the issues become ripe, Limited and others will have the opportunity to, challenge one way or another what the valuation of the assets should and should not be. True?
That's the way I think the case should proceed, yes.
I want to ask you just a couple of questions about a topic in your rebuttal statement. And I'm going to pull out one statement, but it's in several places where you say that there's simply no other parking available to riders of the ferry at Deep Point currently. Recall that testimony?
Yes.
Fairly characterize it for you?
Yes.
Okay. Has have the availability or pricing metrics with regard to parking that Limited has put forward provided an opportunity and incentive for competition to emerge?
I have no opinion on that. I haven't studied it.
So the issue of whether the pricing of parking or barge is such that it's high enough that it should or should not attract competition, or where those inflection points are, you've not analyzed that issue with regard to parking or the barge?
No, as I say in my statement, at the current time, there is no option. And at such time in the future, if those options do pop up and exist, at that time, that's when you look at deregulating an affiliate service. But if it were regulated right now, you shouldn't, you wouldn't be looking at that issue right now.
Dr. Wright, you also make a statement, and I'm just going to read it directly so I don't mess it up. You say, I don't know how this commission could, short of regulation, require or ensure that parking is available to Deep Point Ferry passengers. I'll just represent that I read that, but does that fairly represent your position?
That's correct.
Okay. And would including commitments of Sharpview to provide parking in any prospective certificate transfer in the sub 22 docket accomplish that? short of full-blown regulation?
That would be a nice promise to have, but I'm not sure what happens if we were to think down the road, and that's what you're asking me to do. This commission certainly would continue to regulate the passenger ferry and the tram service. If something happened to the parking lot at some time in the future, then this commission, I assume, would have the authority to tell the then passenger service you need to provide some alternative parking. My question is, if you're going to do that in the future, why isn't the current parking subject to the same regulation? I mean, it doesn't make sense to think, oh, well, we'll go ahead and provide something that says, well, parking's always going to be necessary. Like I think the public staff in their comment said, ensure that parking is available. I think it was Mr. Leonard was one of the witnesses on your side that said the commission can ensure that parking is available. Well, if you're going to ensure parking is available, you already have the parking lot. There's no way to ensure it's available any cheaper or better than what you've already got. So I don't understand, short of regulation, how you do that and why you would wait 5 or 10 or whatever years down the road to ensure parking is available when you shouldn't. If that's how you feel, well, you've got the parking. Use what you've got right now.
Well, let me parse that for you in a slightly different way, if I could. The public staff has issued comments in the proceeding and has indicated an interest in assuring the availability of parking somewhat short of regulation. So just assume that that world exists and that the commission in its wisdom decided not to regulate these assets in a full-blown way. What I'm trying to probe with you is whether commitments of the sort that Sharpview has made to provide parking and not go under a floor unless the commission approves such a move, and agreed to those as conditions of a transfer, for instance, in sub 22, whether in your view that would accomplish the purpose in that world where someone wished to accomplish that purpose without full regulation.
I would not be satisfied if I were commissioner with that type of thing going forward. And as I go back to what I just stated, if it's so important that the public staff and your own witnesses say that this commission should ensure that parking is available, well, then why isn't it proper to ensure parking is available by using what they have right now? Because if you go down the road 7 or 8 years, maybe Sharpview sells the parking lot. I'm not sure where you're going to find any better parking facility, and it's going to cost a lot more than what it is now. So what's going to happen is the ratepayers, as it were, are going to be paying a lot more for a service that's probably not as good as what they have right now in the future. It's to me, it's illogical to make the statement, this commission should ensure parking is available, but don't regulate the current parking. Let it go or let it do whatever they want to with it. To me, that's illogical. If it's so important that you need to ensure the parking is available, you've got the parking right now, and that's the parking you should use.
In your experience, sitting on multiple sides of the table in these settings, does the commission use multiple tools at its disposal to accomplish purposes?
Yes.
And some of those tools, I take it, would consist of what you would refer to as full regulation or comprehensive regulation, and some of them wouldn't. True?
They have various alternatives and various ways to regulate. Yes.
And in a transfer proceeding where a certificate is being requested to be transferred, In your experience, does the commission on occasion impose conditions on the transfer to accomplish purposes that the commission would like to see achieved?
Yes, they can.
Dr. Wright, have you conducted any analysis in this case with regard, any analysis at all with regard to the pricing structure that is in place, or the impacts that representations by SharpView would have on it going forward?
I have not looked at the pricing structure, short of my comments about monopoly rents.
And have you, strike that, I'm sorry. Similarly, have you conducted any analysis of your own with regard to the earnings that Limited has achieved with regard to its parking department or its barge department?
No, I was not asked to look at that.
I'll ask you a little bit, Dr. Wright, about the testimony you rendered about impediments to competitors. And the phrasing that you used was that there are numerous serious impediments to competition developing for the parking. Do you recall that? Have I fairly characterized that?
If you could refer me to the page,
I
I'd
sure
appreciate
could.
it.
20, line 5 through 11 of your rebuttal.
Oh, in the rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
You'll have to give me a minute, because
Madam Chair, if I could just interject here, Dr. Wright is here to testify with regards to his direct testimony. He will be coming back for his rebuttal. I've been a number of questions about his rebuttal testimony, and I've let those go, but I guess I would inquire if we're going to do both. I don't want to have him on rebuttal twice. If we're going to do rebuttal now, let's do rebuttal now.
If he's coming back on rebuttal, I prefer that the rebuttal questions be saved for rebuttal. If you need to lay a little foundation, you want to ask them a comment to some limited extent, I'll allow that. Otherwise, limit your questions to his direct testimony at this time, Mr. Reisinger.
And from the chair's perspective, would we have a full opportunity to question the witness with regard to his rebuttal testimony when he returns? And
Yes,
and what if he doesn't return?
he is coming back on rebuttal, is my understanding.
I'll be surprised too if I don't come back.
You'll be delighted too, right?
Do you know something we don't?
It'll be bad.
Let me ask you along those lines, let me ask you a general question about those propositions without questioning you on the direct propositions regarding the impediments. Fair enough?
Okay,
The
as long as my counsel doesn't object.
with regard to competition emerging for an established provider of a good or service, would a potential competitor likely have to consider the room that the existing provider left for it to make a profit? Whether the availability or the pricing or any other factors that you may wish to ascribe to it, would the competitor have to evaluate that in assessing its opportunity to provide competition?
Certainly it's only common sense that before you go in and start a business, that you understand what the market is, what your pricing structure will look like, and what your costs are going to be. So all those are considerations.
The remainder of my questions regard your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
I will save them.
All right. Since we started on this side, I'll go ahead and ask SharpView.
I've just got one or two brief questions.
Go ahead.
Dr. Wright, did I hear you correctly that you said that it is your opinion that this parking asset should be regulated now, and then if competition comes, it would be then deregulated?
That's a potential thing here. This is what I read from Sharpview or from the comments from the other side was that, competition can come. Well, when I became a regulator back in 85 was right after Judge Green had broken up AT&T and the Bell South companies. So we went through this whole series of hearings for years and years about implementing competition in the telephone industry. At the same time, we were implementing competition into the gas industry. And then at the end of my term on the commission, they were beginning to look at competition in the electric industry. And what I found out then, and what I will repeat now, is that while competition can come, until it's there, you don't deregulate. I will give you an example, and I think I used this in my direct testimony. Telephone handsets, when I first came on the commission, were regulated. Now, most young people can't even use a telephone handset now, but we were charging $1 a month on average for those handsets, and they were leased. People could not own them. They were leased. Then Radio Shack was the first people that we knew about who started trying to sell these telephone handsets. And eventually, it became very competitive. So we took that $1 a month charge off, and the telephone companies now, they'll sell you a phone, or you can go buy one at Kroger if you don't just use your cell phone. So what I was talking about in that is that when you have a regulated industry, the time to deregulate is not, it's not when or if competition can come, it's the day you have significant competition. It's not whether or not competition can come, but is it here? So that's what I was referring to.
And just so the record is clear, your testimony is that you think they should be regulated now, and if there's competition later, they would then be deregulated.
They could look at the deregulation at the time. I'm not saying they should be. I'm saying that that's the proper, if you misunderstood me, what I meant to say is that's the proper time to look at deregulation is when you start to get the competition, not if there can be competition.
And I believe your testimony is also that you didn't look at the availability and the rates being charged for parking to determine whether or not they're reasonable in a way that there is no incentive for there to be competition with this parking. Is that correct?
That's correct. I did not
All right.
look at the rates and ask, that question. I was
And-
not asked that, look at that.
And were you in the room when Commissioner McKissick was asking a prior witness about the Indigo Plantation parking facilities?
Yes,
Okay. And were you also in the room when Commissioner McKissick asked a witness about the property that's for sale across the street?
yes.
Is it correct that you've not investigated the property across the street, talked to the real estate broker, or otherwise investigated how that property could be used?
No, that's not quite correct.
So what investigation of that property have you done?
Well, I looked at the MLS service and I actually visited the Deep Point facility. And I, drove over there and looked across the street and everything. The property across the street is now, as I understand it, under contract. And it was for sale for, I believe it's 3.25 million. It's in my testimony. That property has a lot of trees on it. It would, I think, just from my knowledge of clearing land, it would be very expensive to clear. And could somebody build a parking lot there if they wanted to? I guess they could. Are they building a parking lot? I don't know, but it's not there. And with respect to Indigo Plantation, I heard the commissioner's questions. I actually Google mapped it when I was down there at Deep Point. It's 3.6 miles according to Google Maps. Well, then my friends and I left Deep Point and drove over to indigo plantation. I wanted to look at it. You drive it's not a straight route. There's no straight way to get there. You go through a couple of neighborhoods, you go through a little bit of a commercial area, a couple of stop signs, a couple of red lights, then you go past a school. And then you get into indigo plantation, you wind around and you get down to the indigo plantation parking lot and the old dock areas there. It took us between 12 and 15 minutes to get over there, and that was not on a busy day. And thank goodness there was not school getting in or out, because we'd have waited on school buses, because like I said, I passed a school. The indigo plantation, I don't see as a viable option. So when you asked, was I in here for those discussions? Yes, and I did actually go look at it, and I did go across the street and sort of look at that property.
And you agree, don't you, that the offering of parking is not a utility, correct? Just in and of itself.
The real answer is yes and no. The utility commission, we don't realize it at the time, but I would say almost without exception, every single electric generating station in this state that's being regulated has parking that's in the rate base. We don't know it at the time because it's not one of those major items that you look at, and it's almost intuitive. Well, the employees need to park somewhere. When you build an electric generation station, you need a lot of land, especially if it's nuclear. And so when you go to the electric generation station, when you enter through the front gate, you could drive anywhere from a half a mile to a mile or two just to get to the plant. So they have parking facilities for their employees. So while it's surprising, there is parking that is actually in rate base and thus regulated by this commission.
In your review of the indigo plantation parking facilities, did you undertake any study of how many parking places were there, or how a tram service would work from Indigo Plantation to Deep Point? I recognize it's your testimony that, it's a 10 to 12-minute drive and not something you think is appropriate, but did you analyze the details of how that would work as a part of your analysis?
Well, first off, I said 12 to 15 minutes. It was 3.6 miles, and
That's what I meant.
it took us about
Thank you for
15
correcting me.
minutes.
12 to 15 minutes.
And yes, I got out and looked at the parking lot. I actually took pictures. There were 2 or 3 lots, and they were overgrown. They would have to be cleaned off. I doubt they were a third the size total of the Deep Point facility, so they would have to be expanded greatly. And there was a bunch of trash and stuff. Looked like somebody had been rebuilding docks, and they had a bunch of trash from floating docks that were in one of the parking areas. So could it be used as a substitute? I don't see how. It would take a lot of work to get it up to speed, so to speak. You would have to expand it, and then you would have to provide some sort of a shuttle service 12 to 16 hours a day. So it's not, to me, a practical solution. Could it be a potential solution? Yes, but the service wouldn't be as good.
No further questions, and I apologize for going over 5 minutes.
All right, Mr. Higgins?
Thank you. Dr. Wright, did you file testimony on behalf of the village and the BHI Club and the association in the 2010 rate case?
Yes,
And did your pre-filed testimony in that docket advocate that the commission back in 2010 regulate parking operations at the Deep Point Ferry Landing?
I believe I did, yes.
And was that on the basis that it was an integral ancillary part of the ferry service offered by BHI Transportation?
Yes.
I'm going to ask, Madam Chair, that an exhibit be marked as Club Wright Cross number 1.
All right, this exhibit will be marked as Club Wright Cross-Examination Exhibit 1.
Mr. Wright, if you would turn to page 6 of page numbered 6 in this exhibit.
I'm there.
Would you please read the section that starts at line 18 on page 6?
Parking for ferry passengers' vehicles at the Deep Point Ferry Terminal parking lots is an integral part of the ferry service offered to the public by BHIT, and it should be treated as part of BHIT's regulated public utility service. Is that enough?
Next sentence, please, sir.
Consequently, the revenues and expenses associated with the parking operations at Deep Point should be considered as part of the regulated business as opposed to the current situation where all parking lot revenues and expenses flow to BHIT's unregulated parent.
And is it true, Dr. Wright, that the rate case application in that docket was resolved by a settlement agreement among the various parties and the public staff?
Yes,
And you've been in the room for the last day or so, and so you're aware that the settlement agreement, in the settlement agreement, limited agreed to the imputation of approximately $523,000 of parking revenues to the ferry operation annually?
that's correct.
And do you also understand that it's true that the settlement agreement left the issue of regulation of the parking operation unresolved?
That's correct.
The regulation of the parking at Deep Point is not something that the village or anyone else has raised for the first time in this docket, is it?
Oh, no, this is not the first time.
All right. I don't have any other questions for you.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Wright, Mr. Reisinger asked you about monopoly pricing and monopoly rents. I want to follow up on that just briefly. Do you understand that the developer is currently the owner of the parking in the barge?
Yes,
In the instance where the developer is the owner of the parking facility, would you think that that might serve as a downward constraint with regards to pricing for that service?
are you asking me if the same owner of the barge and the passenger and the parking facility, is that passenger facility putting a downward constraint on the pricing?
Yeah. So what I'm asking is that the developer has an interest in developing the island, correct?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Oh,
Got it. Didn't mean to trip you up. I should have given you, walked you through this. In that situation where the developer is also actively developing the island, do you believe that that serves as some sort of constraint with respect to pricing?
absolutely. If a developer is developing the island, a subdivision or whatever, then it is in their best interest to provide access to that island or the subdivision that is easy and reasonable in order to build out the subdivision or the island, as it were. And he has that vested interest. Once these assets go to another entity, their interest is going to be slightly different. If they are not involved in developing the island, their interest is in increasing their profits. Not that that's wrong. That's just where their interest lies now. So it's not necessarily the same as the developer's interest in developing the island. So they do have different interests or different things that they're looking at.
If a private equity firm was to acquire the parking and barge operation, who does a private equity firm owe their obligations to?
They owe their obligations to their partners and or their shareholders.
And in the absence of regulation, they wouldn't owe obligations to ratepayers. Is that right?
They have no obligation to the ratepayers, to the residents, to the workers on the island. Their obligation primarily from a financial standpoint is to their partners and their shareholders.
Now, Mr. Reisinger asked you about the commission's ability to fashion relief in the context of the transfer proceeding. So I want to follow up on that. Can the commission make a jurisdictional decision with respect to parking and barge in the context of a transfer proceeding involving only the ferry and the tram?
Yeah, an objection that calls for a legal conclusion beyond the witness's testimonial scope.
The witness is an experienced regulatory consultant, having served on the commission. I'd ask him to the extent that he has an opinion on this topic.
In fairness, the witness is being asked to port himself into the seat of the commission with regard to such decisions, well beyond his capacity.
I'll overrule, and he can answer to the extent of his opinion and his experience.
The commission certainly has a lot of authority. I don't know how they would claim such jurisdiction, but potentially they could put some sort of pressure on the parties because the parties are affiliated. The parking and the barge is affiliated under the same holding company as the tram and the passenger ferry. Could they bring some sort of pressure potentially? But I'm not sure how they do that because the commission has to operate within certain guidelines of openness and fairness. And I just don't know how they bring such pressure. Could the commission staff ask for it possibly? It's an interesting question that I'm not sure that they have the power to do so, though they may wish to do so. I guess that's the best way I can answer it.
Mr. Farrell asked you a question about whether parking is a utility service. I guess my question is, in the context of this case, you've offered testimony about that. What facts, just to be clear, lead you to the belief that the parking facilities could be treated as utility assets?
Well, the first fact, and I talk about this in my testimony, is anything that's an ancillary service to a utility can be regulated by this commission. So you've already got the utility being the passenger ferry. So they ask the question, well, is the parking an ancillary service? An ancillary service generally means is it a necessary and integral part of providing the ferry service? And as I go through my testimony, I think the question is undeniably yes. It is a necessary and an integral part of providing the ferry service. Then I also address the fact that there is a second way that can claim regulatory jurisdiction, and that is in Chapter 62, there's a thing that talks about if any person, and it basically refers to a holding company, has any effect on the rates or services of a public utility of that affiliated holding company, then and that becomes a utility and you have jurisdiction. Well, there's no question that the parking has an effect on both the service and the rates of the passenger ferry. You're imputing $523 million of revenues over there, so you're affecting the rates. Does it affect the service? Yeah, you can't park anywhere else. So there's no question that it becomes a regulatory asset, or should be a regulated asset or regulated affiliate of the Deep Point passenger ferry.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Questions from the commission? Commissioner Kleinfelder.
Dr. Wright, just a couple of questions for you. First questions relate to some information on pages 43 in top of page 44 of your direct testimony, a lot of the information you've got there has been marked confidential. I want to ask you some questions that I don't think will require disclosure of that confidential information, but it's going to be about what you did, essentially the analysis that you did. You referred to the Mercator report and in describing the business of the barge operation there, Mercator pointed out that not only do they provide the roll-on, roll-off service, but the barge also carries what they call deck goods or loose household goods. Are you familiar with that? Is that consistent with your examination of the barge operations?
Well, when I examined the barge operation, what I did is I drove over and looked at the service, and then I looked at the logs of the barge to see what they were carrying. And I saw the barge, the barge service passed us actually when I was on the ferry. So my investigation said, okay, are they performing an operation that's carrying household goods or passengers? And you got vehicle drivers, so those are passengers. And there's no question when you look at the logs of what's carried on the barge that they're carrying household goods.
Well, let me sharpen the question there.
Okay,
Let me tell you, no, you're fine. You've given me the context of what you did. What I'm really trying to find out is whether the analysis you did enabled you, when you examined the logs and looked at the entries on the logs, did it enable you to determine which of those entries involved goods that were contained in a vehicle and which of those involved goods that were what Mercator calls loose deck goods or deck freight?
I'll have to refer to my,
Do you recall whether the entries enabled you to distinguish between the two of those?
I don't think they did. I think they just said household goods or let me refer to that.
Again, I'm
exhibit
not
again.
asking you about the numbers that are listed as confidential. I'm just, the character of the information is what I'm interested in.
Well, let me turn to my exhibit, and I think I can answer it best by, if you refer to my exhibit 12.
Yes, sir.
What I was looking at is the third column, the use. And you'll see that first page of that exhibit, it's got furniture and appliances as a highlight, then you keep going over. I didn't look at the type, but if you look at the type, I guess you could determine if it was on a pickup truck or if it was a golf cart, if it was a roll-off. So, I mean, you could, I guess, discern a little more information, but I was trying to find out, were they carrying household goods? And
your analysis, though, didn't distinguish different types of carriage or containerization.
No, I didn't.
It did not. That's
That's
all I was
correct.
trying to find out.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
But if you wanted that information, it may be in that fourth column.
In the fourth column headed type.
Yes, that may answer your question if you
Okay.
wanted to dig a little bit further about that, but.
Well, I understand it's a fairly lengthy exhibit and I know what the task would involve. I'm just trying to find out if you had done that task, that's all.
Yes.
Okay. In your examination of the barge operations, I want to ask you a hypothetical and see whether this was something you looked at or considered. Suppose the barge operation did not have access to the marine maintenance facilities that are owned by Bullhead Island Transportation, but had to secure maintenance for the barge and the tugboats from some other source. Do you have any information or did you make any determination about whether they could secure maintenance services for the tugs and the barge anywhere else in the Southport area? Either on a contract basis or alternative acquisition of a facility?
I was not asked to look at that question, but I believe I can answer you about whether that would be possible, because I lived in Wilmington for about 12 years and was a state senator down there for 3 terms. Up the Cape Fear River, there are a significant number of maritime type of operations. and they have a lot of roll-on, roll-off shipping that comes in and out of that port. They have a lot of tugboats up in the Wilmington area. I'm sure that those tugboats don't come down and use the Deep Point, facilities for repairs. There are repair facilities right there in Wilmington. Also, there's a lot of marine fishing, and there used to be your shrimp boats down in the Southport area, which are almost like tugs. But there's a lot of maritime or marine industry stuff in the Southport area. So depending on what type of maintenance, I'm sure they could probably get it over there in the Southport area if it was, someone to work on a diesel engine or what have you. I'm sure there's a lot of services there. So between the two, could they find services outside of just Deep Point? Probably, because that's a pretty big maritime area in that whole general vicinity.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Commissioner Duffley?
Good afternoon. So I just wanted to follow up on one of Commissioner Klopfelter's questions and just clarify for the record. And part of your testimony, you talked about the passengers as well as different type of freight go over on the barge. But passengers do not pay for that ferry ride to the island, correct? It's just incidental. They sit in the cab of the truck that they bring on or the boat or whatever incidental that they pay for the space on the barge. Is that correct?
They don't pay separately, but is that part of the fees? I just don't know, but they certainly don't pay separately.
Okay, thank you. So I heard you testify when you were talking about jurisdiction over a parking entity, and you entitled it jurisdiction over a regulated affiliate. And I just wanted to drill down a bit into that to see how you view what is the extent of that regulation. So if the commission were to assert jurisdiction over a regulated affiliate, would you assume that it would be full rate regulation, that they would need to come in for rate cases, or is it something less? Would it just be regulation for specific use purposes or just for specific sale purposes? When you say regulation of a regulated affiliate, what do you mean?
Well, let me answer that by saying what I think you should do with the parking, and then also I can give you some examples of regulation of affiliates when I was a commissioner. I think with the parking, the commission should assert, and with the barge, that they should both be part of the regulated utility. Now, do they need to go in and begin to regulate the rates immediately, or do they just accept the current rates, and then sometime in the future, if there is a rate filing, they could look at the rates then? So you can assert jurisdiction of the facility without having a full-blown rate case at the current time. So you could do that, or you could require them to file a rate case. And in terms of how the commission has done other things, I can give you the example of the yellow pages. We actually, when I was a commissioner, we were regulating the yellow pages. But then Bell South came to us and said, well, other people are offering competitive yellow pages. Let us move this out of Bell South, move it to Babco. It'd still be under Bell South Holding Company, but it'd be called Babco. I forget what the acronym stands for. And it'll be unregulated. And we said, well, that's fine. You can do that, but we're still going to assert jurisdiction, and we're going to impute revenues from those yellow pages back over to the regulated telephone service. And we're going to still do that. And we're going to regulate complaints. So it wound up a sort of a strange situation where we were not regulating the rates that Babco set for the yellow pages ads. They could set those rates wherever they wanted to. But we did hear complaints. Usually it was a public staff listening to them, but we had some that reached the commission. And we also imputed revenues for a number of years over to to the still regulated service. So there are a number of ways you can move forward with this as opposed to immediately having a rate case and setting those rates. But those are the options that I see. And I think having regulatory authority over these assets or these two affiliates, I think is very important.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask a follow-up on that. So with respect to the Bell South example that you gave with the unregulated affiliate, you're saying that the service quality was regulated as well as you imputed revenues, but that was the extent of the regulation?
Yes, because at that time there were competitive offerings out there. People were beginning to print a non-Bell South owned Yellow Pages. Now, a lot of cities didn't have it, but say Charlotte would or Raleigh would, but they were called competitive Yellow Pages. I don't know if you remember that. You look like you're probably too young to remember that, but I remember
You're very
getting,
kind, I remember it.
but,
yes.
but that's what was happening. And if I could go, if that answers your question, I'd like to go
Did.
back to your first question about paying separately.
Yes, go ahead.
Right now, I don't know of them paying separately, but nor do I know of the other ferry services in this state, some of which are regulated, some of which are owned by the DOT, where the drivers of vehicles, including trucks, who get onto those ferries, I don't think they pay separately for those drivers either. And the same is true, I think, for other ferry services. The one I looked at their rates and was in Rhode Island, the drivers did not pay separately. They paid for the truck or the car, but they didn't pay separately for the driver riding.
Okay. Getting back to the Yellow Pages example of the unregulated affiliate, do you know if that unregulated affiliate wanted to sell the Yellow Page company, the Yellow Pages asset? What was the regulation over that? Would there be any regulation by the commission over that unregulated affiliate to sell?
Yes, they would not be allowed to sell a utility asset. The only thing that really wasn't regulated were the rates they were charging for the advertising in the Yellow Pages. That was really what was unregulated. It was moved into what we called an unregulated affiliate. But when I first became a commissioner, this whole issue of deregulation of the telecommunications industry, it was blowing up in our face. And there were a lot of services that people began to say, well, this should be unregulated. And we also had the natural gas industry being deregulated, and they were saying the same thing. And so you had these holding companies where they were beginning to offer like the Yellow Pages, but they also offered engineering services, and they would be deregulated. And so we were looking at a lot of issues about these unregulated affiliates, but it was clear all that time, you're still under this umbrella of this regulated company, and we can regulate your rates and services. With the Yellow Pages, because they had competitive options that were truly competitive, a competitive Yellow Pages, we didn't regulate the advertising, but we did impute the rates.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Commissioner McKissick?
Just a couple of questions. And I appreciate your testimony today, so thank you for being here. During your initial testimony, you talked about monopoly rents, and monopoly rents could be extracted in a monopoly ownership situation. You recall
Yes.
making a statement to that effect? Is there any evidence, based upon the present ownership situation, that there's been an effort made to maximize an opportunity to get monopoly rents?
No, but understand that in the 2010 rate case, there was a stipulation.
Mm-hmm.
And I was involved in, to some extent, because I was in one of the rooms and there were negotiations going on in the other room. So the parking and all those issues were sort of all thrown in the mix. And the parties came out with a stipulation, which included a freeze on the price of the parking. I don't know of anything where the parties have tried to extract monopoly rents. But that is not to say that that wouldn't happen in the future. And, they reached this stipulation, and at that time, the parties that owned the ferry system, the passenger ferry and Deep Point, they were still developing the island. They had a real strong incentive to get as many people as they could to that island, to want to buy something on that island, and to make it a very easy, nice thing to do, to do. Use the ferry system, use the parking system. This makes the island very accessible and very desirable. Those things may change with new ownership because they no longer are developing, those new owners may not be developing the island. So that's part of this whole concern.
I respect that and understand that. At the same time, I mean, it's even on the current ownership situation, if it continued being developed as it has been in the past, at build out, under your hypothetical, more or less, the person who has those assets is under control and it can set the rates, would be free to set them where they wanted to, where they might have subsidized them in the past. And would you see that being problematic?
Well, I see it being problematic because the parking and the barge are both monopoly services. And if you're looking at how monopolies would price their service, both in real terms and theoretically, they price it up to the point that they have that inelastic demand till that demand starts to diminish to the point that it begins to hurt their profitability. So could they raise their prices above what they would have in a competitive market? Yes. Could they raise their prices what they would have in a regulated situation? Yes, they could. And I'm not saying they have, I'm not saying they will, I'm just saying they certainly could. And they would have an incentive to do so because it would increase their profits.
And let's take that a step further. Let's assume that were to theoretically occur. If you had a lot down there that's a vacant lot, that's across from where Deep Point Terminal is, or you still had the land out there that was formerly part of Indigo, would you logically reasonably assume if those rates reach that point that someone would develop it and provide alternative parking? Would that not be a logical conclusion if they were pricing it too high?
What you're suggesting is that there is a substitute product possibility. The lot across the street is under contract to be sold. I don't know what it's going to be developed as. I can tell you that sort of right next door towards Southport, there's a subdivision that's been developed. I don't know what they're going to develop across the street. If they develop a subdivision, that's no longer available as a potential substitute. Is Deep Point and that facility a potential substitute? It could theoretically be, but I don't think that's practical because I've tried to go down there and look at it. I'm not sure they have enough land to be a substitute. And even if you built it, you're going to have to provide, some sort of a shuttle service. So it's going to be quite expensive to go out and build out that indigo plantation, then provide that shuttle service, especially when you have a situation where this ferry and the operations are very seasonal. Now, I live in Atlanta. You go to the Atlanta airport, there's about 10 or 12 off-site parking facilities. So you can park in the Atlanta airport parking lot where, the rates are controlled by the Atlanta Airport Authority. They are regulated. Or you can park off-site Atlanta Airport's the busiest airport in the world, or second busiest. 50-something million people a year go through that airport. So, and it's all, I mean, it's from 5 o'clock in the morning till 2 a.m. This is not the situation with this Bald Head Island ferry. It's very seasonal. Therefore, for somebody to think, well, I'm going to go build a competitive service, it's going to be quite, there's a lot of issues, including the seasonality and the expense and the shuttle service, that make it quite difficult, which is one of the things monopolies like, is that there's not only just not a substitute, but it's hard to enter the service.
And let me ask you this, a tract of land that's across the street, do you recall its approximate acreage?
I was trying to recall that. I think it was about 106 acres and sold for 3.25 million. So that's about 30,000 an acre, which is from where I come from for undeveloped land that's sort of out in the middle of nowhere. That's pretty expensive.
It's about 106 acres. And do you know the acreage of the existing parking area that's?
36, as I recall.
That's what I recall too. So it's about 3 times the size.
Yes.
And what's the size of the lot down there at Indigo?
I didn't have any way to measure it,
Sure.
but they have 2 or 3 different. I mean, they're like across the street from each other. There may have been 4 or 5, but there were several. I think I went to 2. There may have been one that we just drove by, but I can tell you it's probably not more than a third as big. Now, how much other land they may have there, I do not know.
Do not know. So you have no idea how many spaces that could be provided and
It would be much smaller than
Much
Deep
smaller
Point
than what
right
it is
now.
right
Unless
now.
they have other land that they can develop, it'd be much smaller.
Okay.
By much, I'm saying at least 50% smaller. I mean, no more than half the size, probably no more than a third.
Well, I appreciate your testimony. I mean, I have to get some sense of scale, scope, proximity,
Yeah.
geographically, having not traveled down there to observe the site. So I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duffy?
So you may not be the proper witness, and I may have to ask a different witness, but I wondered if you investigated water taxis throughout review of the testimony. Several people mentioned the ability of water taxis or the inability of water taxis. I know that the employers, when their employees stay too late, they'll pay for and they miss the last ferry, they pay for a water taxi back to the mainland. Have you investigated water taxis? What's the availability of water taxis going to and from the island?
I can tell you what I've heard, but again, it's secondhand a little bit. So Mr. Gardner, I think, is coming back up, and you can ask him. There was a water taxi that I understand was running some during the COVID season, and it was stopped or largely stopped, I think. So you need to ask him about why.
Okay, I'll make a note of it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry I don't have more information.
Dr. Wright, in your testimony, you discussed the commission's treatment of other car ferries in the state and also examined some other states' treatment of passenger or car ferries. In your investigation, did you find any evidence as to whether any of those other ferries typically charged? How did they charge? Did they charge by size of vehicle, weight, type of cargo?
I looked at their fares, but it was interesting. A lot of the fares seemed to be based on either the length or the tonnage. And so by that, I took it to mean that they were all using, say, one lane service, similar to the service the barge offers. You drive up, and I think for every 6 feet, it's $30 or $60. So they're doing it by length. These other services, and I think I have some examples in my exhibits where you can look like at the Davis ferry service. I may have their rates in one of my exhibits, or the campground lookout, I think is what it's called. I may have their rates. You can look and it will tell you. But as I recall, they are either by tonnage or by length. Now, it was interesting in other states, while they had some of that, I also found there were some height restrictions. So that you could have a 50-ton truck, but it can't be over 8 feet tall. I don't know how many 50-ton trucks were less than 8 feet tall, but it was interesting when I found that. And it was for a ferry that was a double-decker ferry, and they put the vehicles underneath and everything else on top. So you could have a large, heavy truck, but it just couldn't be too tall.
Did you see or able to have an opinion or make a determination if one type of charge was the prevalent or predominant?
I can't tell you because, like I said, it was a mixture of both length and weight.
Are you able to speak with any specificity about other states' treatment of ferries or barges that specifically transport moving trucks or construction supplies to a residential island?
Well, they certainly have those.
And
Can
if-
I-
were
can I
they
go
were
to
they
my-
were they regulated?
Yes, ma'am. Can I go to my rebuttal testimony? Or should I do that now? Or, because I've got an exhibit that I think will specifically give you an example of what you're asking.
Well, we can come back to that on your rebuttal if
Okay.
and not take up the time right now. So, are you aware of any attempts by the village? And I may have to come back to Mr. Gardner, I guess, but if you know, are you aware of any attempts by the village to appraise or secure land nearby for purposes of serving or establishing a specific competitor to the parking services?
No, you'd have to ask him that.
And do you know of any appraisal or evaluation that's been done of the parking lot area, the land that now serves as a parking area? Its appraisal or evaluation without taking into account being next door to a ferry?
I know of the appraisals and the Sharp View reports and the Mercator report. I don't know that they segregated out the land. I was not asked to look at that issue, but again, Mr. Gardner might know of something like that.
And do you agree, as one witness has testified, I think it was Bald Head Club's witness Sawyer, but do you agree that there's that not only is there no reasonable alternative to the barge service, but that creating another alternative would be prohibitively expensive?
I agree there's no reasonable alternative, and I agree it's prohibitively expensive. That's one thing about monopolies, and is that the entry fee is what we call it, or the cost to get involved is prohibitive. And that's one of the reasons you have natural monopolies, and we call it the electric utilities a natural monopoly because it costs so much to build a generation plant and build all these transmission distribution wires.
So is it true or what would be your opinion with regard, does that not offer some support that the market value of at least that barge asset has been fairly appraised?
I don't know what it was appraised at or how. The value of a monopoly is totally different from valuing just a regular service. So a monopoly that should or is regulated is valued based on its original cost versus any increases due to, things you've added to it or upgrades or whatever, less depreciation.
And somewhat the same question as to the parking asset would buying land nearby be extremely costly to create a competitor?
I can only speak to that land that was for sale across the street. To me, that was, I'm pretty sure my math is right. If it was 30,000 an acre, that was pretty expensive for, for land. That, I mean, I live outside of Atlanta in Cartersville, Georgia, and I have a bunch of friends who buy land and sell it, and they're buying it undeveloped land for 10,000 to 15,000 an acre. So 30,000 an acre seems like a pretty pricey situation. Then again, it's a desirable location. That's why the parking lot might be desirable for a developer down the road. It's right there on the river.
Would that offer at least some support in your mind that the respondents have not overvalued the parking assets?
It offers support that it's a valuable asset, and how much it would be worth would be, based on, I guess, a market analysis of if you're just looking at the land, what the land would cost.
All right, thank you. All right, questions on commission's questions. We'll start with PHIT.
Thank you. The testimony you were just giving where you were offering comparisons to a natural monopoly, in your testimony in this case, you've conceded that no one's argued this is a natural monopoly, and you agree it's not a natural monopoly, correct?
It's not a natural monopoly, but even any monopoly, one of the things that makes monopoly different is the entry fee is very high. The reason I went to a natural monopoly is because the monopoly we normally think of in regulation is electric utilities. And that's considered a natural monopoly, but any monopoly, usually the cost to get involved is usually high. There's some, restrictions there because of the cost.
Is in your experience, for instance, to compete on parking, is the cost to buy a parcel and cover it and, pave it and line it and have software to operate it prohibitively expensive, such that it would meet the significant barrier test in North Carolina, in your mind?
In many cases, probably not in most cases. In this situation, you've got a very unique geographical location and it appears to be a somewhat limited amount of land. There's not a lot of roads going in and out. So I think it's a little bit different. You have to consider all of those issues.
On your, just one more, on your testimony regarding the Yellow Pages cases and your, recollections of involvement in them, is the parking situation here different? Because, here there's been no change in technology, no change in the law. The market has continued to operate, with regard to parking the same for 30 years, and you had all these changes that you were describing. Doesn't that make the telecom and the parking situations of those two situations a little disparate for comparison purposes?
I think the difference is the Yellow Pages, there were already competitive alternatives. That's why we allowed them to move over the Yellow Pages from the regulated services to the unregulated, what we call BABCO. It was Bell Printing Operation. I don't know why it was BABCO, but that's where they moved it. And we allowed them to set their advertising rates wherever they wanted to, because there was a competitive Yellow Pages, at least one, in some cases two. But we still kept them under the whole regulated umbrella, so to speak, that we regulated the complaints, and Bell South was still regulated, the telecommunications, and we still imputed revenues.
One more, please. I'd like to follow up on a point that Commissioner Clodfelter raised with regard to the passenger issue. Have you undertaken any inquiry into the federal regulatory regime of barges that classifies the barge here as a freight barge that doesn't carry passengers? Have you considered that in your analysis?
No, but just because the federal authorities have one one asset of the jurisdiction does not impede this utility commission from also regulating under their terms and conditions. The same thing holds true in many situations. There's not probably a business in this state that doesn't have regulatory authority from both the federal and the state level. This commission regulates, for example, Duke Energy. Duke Energy is also regulated by the federal EPA and the SEC. And so just because you have one federal regulation that reads one way does not impede this commission from doing its job.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Farrow?
No question.
Questions on Commission's question, Mr. Higgins?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Tracy?
Yes, thank you. Following up on Commissioner Clodfelter's questions, and you referenced Exhibit JAW 12. If you would turn to that, that's the barge log excerpt, I believe.
I'm there.
Okay, if you would turn to page 6 of that exhibit, and Commissioner Clodfelter was inquiring about the mode of delivery of furniture and appliances, as I understood the question. If you will look at the yellow highlighted there, the second and third entries on page 6 in the type column, what do you see there?
Well, it says box.
Well, the second and the third. Do you see
Uh,
van right underneath that?
Yeah, oh, are you talking about the highlighted entries?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, one's a box and one's a van.
And then immediately under that one is another van.
And then there's two boxes.
Yep. And then going to the next page, just I'm not going to go through it all, just a couple of examples here. The next page, you see two other van examples.
Yes.
Okay. And so would your assumption be that this was a roll-on, roll-off type delivery of furniture via van?
Yes.
Okay. And this might have been a homeowner. So it just doesn't tell. It gives individual names in some cases.
Yes.
And did you see the testimony of village witnesses Corvin and Monroe, where they testified about bringing household goods themselves via U-Haul?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to Commissioner Duffley's questions about the drivers of these vehicles, would you say that there is a basis for concluding that the drivers are persons for purposes of North Carolina law?
Absolutely.
Okay. And could you speak to kind of the underlying question here, which is the regulatory basis for the assertion of jurisdiction in the area of barges?
Well, as I say in my testimony, you could regulate the barge simply on the basis that it's an integral service and a necessary service supporting the passenger ferry service. If you don't have the barge to take over the products, the food, the building supplies, the appliances, then you have no need for the passenger services. I mean, it becomes just somebody will go to Ballhead Island just for day trips and they got to bring their own food. And I don't know how they would repair any of the facilities over there. So that's one way to look at the regulatory jurisdiction. But beyond that, and the first point I make in my testimony regarding regulatory jurisdiction is the fact that it is a common carrier. And when you ask yourself, is it a common carrier subject to the regulation by this commission? There are like three, as I recall, three different reasons it's a common carrier, three criteria. Number one, is it held out to the public as providing service? Yes, it is. There's no question it's held out to the public as providing this transportation service. Two, does it carry persons or vehicles? Yes, it does. So there's no question that it's carrying either persons, an individual driving the truck, or it's carrying vehicles. And number three, are they getting paid for the service? Yes, they get paid for the service. Under those three conditions, they become a common carrier. And as I state, yes, I'm going to my rebuttal testimony.
Stop there.
I'll stop there.
Okay, so Dr. Wright, you mentioned vehicles, but you also refer to household goods in your testimony, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. So shifting gears here.
I'm sorry, I think maybe that's household goods that the regulation says. I'm not looking at my testimony to read that, but it's probably household goods.
Okay. And assuming that's household goods, do you see a basis for concluding that household goods are being delivered on via the barge?
There's no question that's delivering household goods. They're delivering appliances, they're delivering food, they're delivering construction material to either build or repair homes. And I mean, they're also providing services to go repair stuff or build stuff. So there's no question they're delivering household goods.
And with respect to the reference to vehicles, can you clarify the point that you're making there?
Well, I'll have to go to my rebuttal testimony
Okay,
and
we can
read
save that. We can save
and read what the statute says. There are three criteria, and I was thinking one was vehicles, but maybe it's persons and household goods.
We'll save that for
But-
rebuttal. I didn't mean to get you into that. So let me ask you then about substitute services, and there's several questions about that. Commissioner McKissick asked about substitutes. With respect to the property across the street, have you done any analysis with respect to that property? I think you mentioned that it was wooded, but have you done any analysis with respect to the extent to which that property is wetlands or otherwise not suitable for parking?
Well, when I drove over there and got out of the car and looked at it, I can't tell you for sure. There are marshlands and wetlands that then become subject to various regulations under North Carolina law. I can tell you, having lived in Wilmington and having been in office from down there are a lot of wetlands around there. Almost, and even if they're not, they're almost all subject to certain regulations under environmental laws and under wetland laws in North Carolina. I would not be surprised at all if there were wetlands in there. And because of that, you're going to face additional hurdles in trying to develop the property because you've got to have certain certificates and do certain things. So can I say for certain it's there? No. Can I say for certain that I wouldn't want to walk through there when I got out and looked at it? No, I wouldn't want to walk through there right now because no telling what's in that wooded area and if you would get into a marshy area.
And with respect to indigo plantation, do you know whether indigo is currently planned for residential or commercial development?
I don't know, but there were homes in Indigo Plantation before you got to the parking facility. So what they're going to do with the rest of Indigo and that docked area, I just don't know.
Okay. Now, with respect to the ability, let's assume that there is this hypothetical competitor that springs up, notwithstanding the impediments that you've testified to. Do you know who owns the access roads to get to the terminal facility?
Yes, Limited owns all the roads. Once you get off the main road, you're on Limited property. So they own all the roads.
So the same party that owns the parking lot also owns the roads.
They own the parking lot, they own the roads, they own the ditches, they own the terminal.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is not, to your knowledge, is this a public road or a private road?
It's a private road.
Yeah. And so could this potentially be another impediment to the establishment of a substitute?
Yes, as I discussed in my testimony, there's no guarantee that should a competitive service be developed, that the folks who own the land and the roads don't put up a gate and start charging just to get in the gate if you're not parking in their parking lot.
Now, with respect to the barge and the potential for there being some competitive operation for the barge service, the barge would need access to the harbor on the island, would it not?
Yes, and there is no other harbor on the island.
Okay, and do you know who controls access to the harbor?
The people who own the terminal, which is limited. And let me make sure you understand, the passenger ferry does not even own the terminals. They're leasing those terminals from the parent company.
Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, I'll entertain your motions.
Commissioner Brown Bland, I'd move the admission of Club Wright cross-examination exhibit number 1.
Without objection, that motion will be allowed. Mr. Tratham?
Yes, we would move admission of, I believe it's 17, the 17 exhibits attached to the direct testimony of Dr. Wright. I would note there are several exhibits which have been marked as confidential. In view of the conversation that we had at the outset of this hearing with respect to confidentiality, perhaps some of these designations could be lifted. And I guess what I would propose for present purposes is they'd be treated as confidential, and we can have a sidebar as to whether that continues to be necessary for all of the exhibits. Happy to handle that however you wish.
Now, that's a good solution, in my opinion. So the 17 exhibits attached to Dr. Wright's direct testimony will be received into evidence at this time. If marked confidential, they'll continue to be treated confidential until counsel has opportunity to work with the court reporter to sort that out. And I'll also point out, I believe some of the direct testimony, which has been received into evidence, is also marked confidential, subject to the same agreement of coordination with counsel as to whether it needs to remain so. Otherwise, as it's currently marked, the court reporter will continue to treat it as confidential.
Thank you. That concludes the village's direct case.
Dr. Wright, you may step down, but you're
Thank you,
not
ma'am.
excused. And this makes this the perfect time to take our afternoon break. Let's come back just to round it out at 3:20. All right, let's come back on the record. So the direct case of the village has ended, and I believe that brings us to Ballhead Association.
Ballhead Association calls the witness stand Mr. Alan Briggs.
Good afternoon. If you would place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may be seated. And
Mr. Briggs, will you give us your name and business address, please? Or residence address, whichever you prefer.
Alan Briggs. I reside at 6 Dunedin Court, Baldhead Island in North Carolina.
And you are a member of the board of the Ballhead Association?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what is your position on the board?
I'm a member of the board and president of the association.
And was there filed in this docket on your behalf on September 8, 2022, direct testimony and question and answer form consisting of some 11 pages?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any corrections or modifications that you would like to make in that testimony, please?
Yes, sir, I do. On page 10, and it's the first sentence, yes, it's the second sentence, that says, "To be sure, our members have spoken to us in the survey," and I should change 70 to 71.5% of our members, and it's of our members, and insert the words, "who responded to the survey." 71.5% of our members who responded to the survey.
And with those changes, if the questions were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir, they would.
With those corrections, Madam Chair, we would ask this pre-file testimony to be copied on the record as though given orally from the stand.
that motion will be allowed.
And at the time you filed this testimony on September 8, did you also submit 4 exhibits?
Yes, sir, I did.
Madam Chair, we would ask that the 4 exhibits be marked for identification as pre-marked in the filing.
The 4 exhibits will be identified as they were pre-marked when filed.
Also, Mr. Briggs, on September 28, 2022, did you have submitted on your behalf reply testimony consisting of 4 pages?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are there additions or corrections you would like to make to your reply testimony?
Yes, sir, the same correction, and it's on on page 2, at the bottom paragraph on page 2, and it's the same correction. The members spoke in response to the survey, and 71.5% of the members who responded to the survey, that the sentence goes on, but the correction is changing it to 70 to 71.5, and inserting the words "who responded to the survey," if it pleased the commission.
With that correction, if the questions in the reply testimony were asked of you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir, they would.
All right, we would move that his reply testimony be copied in the record as though given orally from the stand.
That motion will be allowed, and the reply testimony of witness Briggs will be received into evidence and treated as if given orally from the witness stand.
And on the Monday, October the 10th, did you have filed in this case on your behalf a summary of your testimony?
Yes, sir, I did.
And that summary is correct and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir, it is.
We would ask, Madam Chair, that the summary be accepted into evidence.
That motion is also allowed, and the summary is received into evidence at this time.
Mr. Briggs is available for cross-examination.
we'll call on BHIT.
So the agreement of the parties, I think that's the order that we agreed to for cross-examination. Good afternoon, Mr. Briggs.
Good afternoon.
You purchased property on Bald Head Island in 2001 or thereabouts, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about your involvement in the Bald Head Island community since the time you purchased property.
My wife and I purchased a property lot in 2001. And then we got an architect and we designed a home, or the architect designed a home. And then we built the home. A contractor built the home for us. And then we essentially rented it in the summer season. We lived in the DC area in McLean, Virginia. And we rented it in the summer seasons, and then we would come down in the spring and fall, and sometimes at Christmas. Our involvement at that point in time was mainly getting to know the people who were there. There's sort of a group of people who were there in the spring and fall, to my surprise, who did the same thing and rent their homes in the summer. And we continued that essentially until maybe for 9 or 10 years. And then when I started slowing down at work, we stopped renting and started coming down. We came down one summer, and then I guess it was in 2012, I believe. And then I guess we stayed for a summer, and then my wife took ill. We spent a year in Durham, and she passed away, and then I returned to the island, and essentially divided my time between the island and Carborough. I bought a home in Carborough as well, sold a home in DC. Once I got back then to Bald Head Island, I got involved in the Bald Head Association, because I spent a little time just kind of getting used to Bald Head and deciding I wanted to stay, and I still wanted to stay. Then I got involved in the association. Then it was stage 2. There was a stage 1, which was essentially had an association, Bald Head Association. And there was stage 2, and we had an association. It was Bald Head Island Stage 2. And I became involved in that and was elected president, I think, in 2016, and spent 2 years sort of working with that association. That was sort of the east end of the island. We had about 550 members, and the rest of the association had like 1,200 in that range, maybe 1,300, maybe it's 1,400, but it was, considerably more than us. And we then merged at the end of 2018, and we, stage 2, merged into stage 1, and we just became Bald Head Association. I was elected to the board then and have then served on the board since then, and have been president. I was president last year and am president this year.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So you've had a long history with the island.
I have, yes, a wonderful history.
You have been a customer of parking services? at
Yes, sir.
Point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a parking annual pass?
Yes, sir.
What are your general impressions of the parking services provided at the Point?
Fabulous.
Do you care to elaborate?
I've had the parking from the beginning. We parked at Indigo, we parked at Deep Point. And it has, as it was described by Mr. Gardner, I thought he described it quite well. I'm in the priority parking. And I pull up and within, I can get there 3 minutes before the ferry leaves and I can make the ferry. It's just incredible. It's easy to get on, easy to get off. It just works wonderfully.
You've lived or traveled in a number of cities in your distinguished career. That's what it sounds like.
I've traveled a lot.
Yeah. And you worked in the DC area, if I'm
Yes, sir.
mistaken. So you've paid for parking in those other cities that you've been to, traveled or lived
Yes, sir.
in. So you're familiar with parking rates in other locations, are you not? To some degree.
I mean, I'm familiar. I pay what they are. Can't tell you I'm familiar with what the rates are. I have any particular memory of that, but
No, not asking.
I've done a lot of parking.
Not asking for any specifics, but do you have any general observations about the reasonableness of the prices for parking at Deep Point Terminal?
I mean, I don't have any individual opinion. I heard the testimony earlier to think that, it's $3 a day for the year. I mean, it's a good deal. We have a good deal there. There's no question about it. Reasonable. But, it's not like I've paid much attention to parking costs anywhere, with the exception of where it's outrageous, which will be New York and San Francisco and others. But we have a good deal.
I've never been president of a homeowner association, but I would think that when members of an HOA aren't happy about something, they might complain to the HOA officers. Has that been your experience?
Did you say when they're happy or when they're unhappy?
When they are not happy.
That would be true.
Now, going back to 2016, I think
Yes,
you were president of Stage 2 Association. I think you
Yes,
testified. And since that time, have you heard many complaints about the prices charged for parking at Deep Point?
I don't remember any complaints.
Since that time, since say 2016, have you heard many complaints about the prices charged for the barge service to and from the island?
No,
That you
sir.
can- Now, the association has monitored the efforts of Boat House Limited to sell the ferry, tram, parking, and barge assets over the years, have you not? The association's monitored that.
We've monitored it in the last several years, particularly since this was filed. In the last 2 years, we've paid particular attention to it.
And in fact, you have a page on the association's website, or a section of the association's website, on which the association has posted documents regarding these efforts and the sale of the barge, parking, tram, and ferry assets, have you not?
We do.
Yeah. In fact, you update that website almost the day that the documents come out.
We tried to keep our members advised.
So you're very familiar with the saga of Motown Limited's efforts to sell the Mitchell's assets on the islands.
True.
And specifically, most recently, the sale of those assets proposed to Sharpview Capital. Is that fair to say?
I first became aware of that in May of this year, so it wasn't as if I had any knowledge of that prior to that.
Of course,
But at that point in time, I did become aware and paid particular attention to it.
And since then, you pay particular attention to that.
Yes, sir.
In addition to monitoring documents, in addition to monitoring the progress and posting documents on your website, the association hosted a community forum on the island, I believe in July of this year, did it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the purpose of that was to learn more about Boat Island's intent, about Sharpview, and about the transactions. Is that correct?
Yes.
But tell us about the intent, plans, preparation of that community forum that the association organized.
The intent of the program was to educate our members. It was a hugely significant transaction that was contemplated. And I invited the gentlemen who are here to come and speak to us along with Ms. Raven. The four of them came, that is Mr. Paul, Mr. Roberts, Mayor Quinn, all are wonderfully cooperative people, and Ms. Raven as well, and all came and spent like 3 hours in an effort to educate us, educate our members. We had people present And we had it on Zoom for our members to give them an opportunity to learn about it. I'm not sure everybody was anxious, but people are anxious. People want to know what's going on. And so we tried to educate them, and these folks were kind enough to come and do that.
In addition to Mayor Quinn, who participated, were there other members of the village council who also attended or were in attendance at that forum?
I believe there were, but I didn't pay particular attention. I seem to have a recollection of that, but I don't think anyone, maybe Mayor Quinn called on Scott, but that's just wild to guess. That's not a wild guess. I think I remember it.
So you said Mr. Paul, Mr. Roberts came to the forum
Yes, sir.
and they spoke and made a presentation at that forum?
Yes, sir. All four of them did. Each had their individual, and then they answered questions for our members.
You anticipated my very next question. I can check that off. They answered questions. You took questions from all those in attendance.
Everybody in attendance, everybody by Zoom, these people, they're all very cooperative.
And ballpark, approximate, not precise, but how many people do you think either attended in person or watched it online, if you know?
Well, between the people present, the people online, and then the people who later watched it, because we then posted the video, because not everybody could come that day. It was during working hours. And it seems like it's over 400 or 500. I forget how many total was.
And you said the forum lasted 3 hours?
Yeah, somewhere between 2.5 and 3 is my best recollection.
Of that, was half of it, more than half, question and answer from the audience? What percentage, or how long did the question and answer work, approximately?
Probably a third.
Were there any questions during that forum that were asked to Mr. Roberts, Mr. Paul, that they didn't answer or refused to answer during that forum?
No, sir.
Okay. What were your impressions about the transparency, candor of the information provided to the association and those in attendance at that forum by Mr. Roberts and Mr. Paul?
It's excellent. They were very cooperative. All was discussed. They answered all questions. I've got nothing but good comments from our members with regard to the meeting and the information that these two gentlemen, and Susan and Mayor Quinn provided.
Now, is Mr. Robert, to your knowledge, if you know, has Mr. Roberts been on the island meeting with stakeholders and with folks on the island in addition to this one time at the forum?
I do not know.
But you've had an opportunity to talk with Mr. Roberts about his plans since the transaction was announced, have you not?
Oh, yes. Yes. Thanks.
So you've read the rebuttal in this docket by Mr. Roberts, have you?
I read his testimony.
His testimony,
Yes,
yes.
September 28th testimony. I did read that. Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. So in that testimony pre-filed by Mr. Roberts that you've read, he makes, on behalf of Sharp View and its affiliates, certain commitments regarding the continued availability of parking, does he not?
He did. Yes. I don't mean did in any past tense. It was like it's not now as well. I'm just saying, yes, it was in there. I can't tell you I specifically remember that testimony, but I remember those commitments. He's made commitments all along and stuck with them.
Those commitments consistent with what he said at the forum that the association sponsored?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Okay. And he's also made commitments, and I'm not asking for specifics, but do you remember commitments he's made about pricing for parking, has he not, in his testimony? And that's okay if you don't remember precisely, because he'll be on the witness stand, maybe this afternoon, maybe tomorrow.
I guess I don't remember. I mean, I remember him making commitments with regard to maintaining prices and consistent keeping, I think keeping it the same, putting aside the parenthetical notation about which these fund commissioners do, keeping it the same, and that inflation, planning for the future for inflation, and only raising consistent with inflation for some period of time, That I remember. I don't remember anything specific discussion as to amount of parking.
No,
That.
no,
That's what I
exactly.
remember.
Keeping track with inflation
Yes.
over time.
Mr. Briggs, could you be sure to stay in the mic just to make it easy on our court reporter?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank
And
you.
that was also consistent with the discussion he had on the island when he was there in the forum, to your recollection.
Yes, exactly.
Now, also in this docket, the public staff has filed comments. Do you remember the Public Staff Utilities Commission?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And may I approach the witness? I would like to have marked and identified as Briggs cross-examination exhibit 1. Or what's your initials, Briggs?
ALB.
ALB,
Yes, sir.
cross-examination exhibit 1. And the initial comments by public staff.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stires, I'm actually going to let this one be marked Briggs cross-examination exhibit 1,
Okay, all right, Briggs cross-examination exhibit 1.
primarily because ALB is not in the record, so we'll go with Briggs.
And I'd like to direct your attention, Mr. Briggs, to the highlighted text on page 8. If you'll follow with me. And I think you've read this testimony.
Yes, I've read the testimony. Let me,
The
let me read
comments,
this
excuse me,
paragraph
comments.
if I may to refresh my
Yeah, just
recollection.
read that paragraph, just refresh your recollection, certainly.
I've read it.
Okay, great. So in that, and the comments in that paragraph specifically, this is following a discussion, I think, of the Bell South cases, which have been referenced earlier. That the commission had found nonetheless is deemed some level of oversight short of regulation by the commission would be appropriate. And then concludes, while the parking operation is not a regulated service, the commission should exercise its oversight to ensure BHIT provides adequate parking at a reasonable rate to provide adequate service to its customers. Is that your understanding of the public staff's position in this case?
That's my understanding of what they filed in their initial comments.
Okay. Now, the association board has, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, have they met to refine its position and passed a resolution regarding its preference as an outcome of this docket, Mr. Briggs?
Yes.
Okay. To summarize this resolution that the board has recently approved, what is the general preference the association board expressed in that recent resolution that is passed?
It's a lengthy resolution. There are a number of preferences and statements in there. And I have it with me, but if you're asking about it, if you're asking about this specific question.
So
I
let
mean,
me
there's a lot of
rephrase. It is a poor question. Let me ask. Is it fair to say that generally the position of the Bald Head Island Association is similar to or generally the same as the public staff position that's articulated in that paragraph that we just reviewed, or very similar?
The position of Bald Head Association is that we support our members. Our members had a significant survey response indicating they wanted some level of regulation. We support our members. With regard to the response, as I say, it was 70 1.5% of the members who responded. Overall, it was about 38 or 9% of the total members because it's only like a third of the members respond. But nonetheless, it was a significant response. And our members also responded by 40 pages of comments we also thought were significant, and we do hope that the commission reads. And so we support our members, and that's their position. They want some level of, they want regulation. And those were the questions, and Mr. Gardner accurately stated what our survey was. Our members told us they wanted some level of regulation. On last week, in preparation for this hearing, I asked our board to meet so that if I were asked what is our opinion, because our opinion we've stated earlier in the documents I filed in the testimony, that essentially we want to hear all of the evidence, and then ultimately, and whatever the final document we wind up filing is, where we come out as opposed to giving our opinions, want to hear all the evidence. But nonetheless, along the way, we formed some level of opinions. And in the event I were asked here on my opinions, I did want to be sure I understood what the views of our members were. By our members, I mean our members of our board.
Right.
We have 6 members on the board, and we have 6 different views and 6 different opinions, and we wanted to talk it through. And we
Sounds like the Utilities Commission, Mr. Briggs.
But
I knew that was coming.
but we talked about it, we discussed it, and then I really put the views in writing, and we then talked about it. And with regard to what we want for our members, it really is we want our members want, and that is we want some level of regulation, and they really want their rates. And I say regulation, I mean by you all, the commission. They're delighted you are in this, and so regulation as to rates, regulation as to we had concerns. It seemed like there was another area I had in there, but we had concern as well with not being able to sell. That is that is one of the things like we see in docket 22 is before a regulated asset can be sold, it has to, you all have to approve it. We believe that to be a good thing. And so that is important to us. With regard to the extent of regulation, we were I was quite pleased when I saw the initial comments of the public staff because it provided some level of, I guess what I call a range of involvement by the commission as to regulation. It's not like I had any prior knowledge of what you all do. Mr. Gardner's had a lot of experience. I really haven't had the experience with your area of the world. And so I kind of had in my mind regulation. Well, there's variations of involvement. And it appears to me, and with regard to the regulation of what is helpful for our members is that at 1, there be parking provided. 2, by parking, and I put parking and barge together. They want parking and barge. And we need them both. But they want that assurance, and then it's the assurance of it being at reasonable rates. And that is what I believe came out of this paragraph of the oversight level of regulation. And so then from that point on, I thought of the regulation that you all do as being on a spectrum, and with something with a little or a lot, and without any particular names on what it is that I don't really know, but oversight to all, and maybe oversight's in the middle, I don't know. But nonetheless, I thought about the question of how much do we want? We want what protects the interests of our members. And our members, as I say, they want to know there's parking in a barge. They want to know that there's it's a reasonable rate. And they don't want it to be, they don't want the owners to have it be sold out from under them. As I say, whatever that's called in docket 22, some decision is whether somebody can buy, whether there could be a transfer of ownership of a regulated activity.
So you,
It's probably a long answer to your question, sir, but that's.
very, very helpful. Thank you for offering that better answer than the question deserved. So you, I think we said earlier that you read and understand the commitments by Mr. Roberts that he's made in his pre-filed testimony.
Yes, sir.
You heard that in the association. Does that start to address some of the concerns that you've identified here and some of the desires of your members, in your opinion?
Oh, yes, what Mr. Roberts said from the beginning did. And he continues to, that clearly fits well within that oversight range. But as I say, I at least what I believe is it's sort of well outside of my scope of knowledge and expertise. And we had met with the public staff, and I say we, I mean me and another member of the board and our executive director. They were kind enough to spend 2-3 hours with us, and we were exceptionally impressed with them. I had not been familiar with this public staff aspect before, and it's like that's a whole group out there watching out for our people, and I was delighted with that, and as was our board. And when I saw this paragraph in this whole opinion, I felt a high level of comfort that our members' interests were being protected. By the same token, I do, and I know our members do, we are all appreciative of the Mitchell family. We would not be there without the Mitchell family. And we don't want to, at least maybe I'm speaking for myself, and I guess I shouldn't do that. So maybe I ought to stop, but at least overall, a level of regulation that is appropriate, because I view this as a taking of property from them, and taking is appropriate when it's justified, but taking it to the level that is appropriate to take seems to make sense. And when I saw this level of oversight, that word oversight, and we as a board talked about it, it just sounded like that there was a level of regulation that makes sense, that has some level of fairness to all involved. So again, probably too long of an answer, but that's my answer.
Thank you. I really don't have anything else to cover that you haven't already said. Thank you, Mr. Briggs, and I have no further questions.
Mr. Farrell?
No questions.
All right. Mr. Higgins?
Mr. Briggs, good afternoon. Dan Higgins for the Bald Head Island Club. Just one question about the Mr. Steyer's questions to you about your level of comfort with the Sharp View commitments that have been made in these meetings and whatnot. Would you agree that commitments by Sharp View isn't the exercise of oversight by the commission, which is what the public staff recommended in its comments?
Talking to the microphone there, Mr. Briggs, if you don't mind.
Yes. Yes.
You would agree?
I do agree, yes.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig Shower on behalf of the village. Good afternoon, Mr. Briggs. Earlier in your answers to Mr. Steyer's, you discussed the resolution, and I want to see if I understand some components of the resolution that the board passed. And please correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is one component of the resolution was that the board did not want the owner of the parking and barge assets to sell them without commission approval. Did I hear that correct?
You did hear it correctly.
Thank you. And then I believe a second component was that the board resolution included some requirement that parking and barge services be provided.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I believe the third component that I heard was that the parking and barge services be provided at reasonable rates. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay. In terms of the interests that the association is seeking to protect, if Sharpview's commitments were to last only a few years, do you believe the interests of the association and the members it represents would be adequately protected?
No.
If the commitments that Sharpview made only applied to Sharpview and not to subsequent owners, do you believe the interests of the members that the association seeks to protect would be protected?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. If the commitments that Sharpview makes only applied to Sharpview's ownership of the assets and would not apply to a potential subsequent owner of the assets, in other words, a subsequent owner would not be bound by the same commitments, would that commitment by Sharpview adequately protect the interests of the association's members?
No.
Lastly, if the commitments that Sharpview offers are conditioned on the assets otherwise not being regulated, would that satisfy the protection that the association seeks to further the interests of its members?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay. I want to understand a comment you made at the very beginning of your testimony when you're discussing the parking services. I believe you described them as fabulous. Is that
Yes,
the right
sir,
word?
I did.
Okay. And you're familiar with the Indigo Plantation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you park there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If parking was moved to Indigo and you had to take a shuttle to the terminal, would you be able to go from your car to the ferry in 3 minutes?
Oh, my best point in life.
Would you consider those parking services, if they were moved to Indigo, to be fabulous as well?
Probably not.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, questions from the commission? Commissioner Kleinfeld?
Mr. Briggs, when you're on the island, how do you get around?
A golf cart, a bike, walk?
Bike, walk, and you've got a golf cart.
I do, yes, sir.
So when you want to go over to the mainland, how do you get to the island terminal?
Well, either someone takes me from my house, or the tram takes me.
You take the tram sometimes?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. When someone else takes you, what's the vehicle they're using?
The golf cart?
So someone may take you in the golf cart. You ever take your own golf cart to the
Yes, sir.
terminal?
Pardon me, I didn't mean to interrupt. but
No, you sometimes take it to the island terminal?
Yes, sir. If it's less than a day,
Yeah.
I can park there. If it's going to be more than a day, I cannot park there.
Do you ever take your golf cart to the island terminal and then roll it onto the barge and ride it over to the mainland and then get off on the mainland? Leave your cart there?
No, sir.
Never have done that. Did you hear Mr. Gardner testify earlier that he'd done that at least once or twice, maybe?
I heard testimony generally relating to him doing something there. In my mind, I didn't connect. I thought he was talking about the barge. I didn't know that was talking about although I guess the answer is I didn't pay enough attention to his testimony. on that.
That's fair. But that's just not something you've done yourself.
That's true.
Okay. Are you familiar with a company that operates in the area called Carry Cart Company?
Yes, sir.
Well, what do they do?
I've never dealt with them, but I've never had any personal experience with them, but I do know what they do is they sell, maintain, and golf carts. They're on the island. There's a location they have on the island. A lot of people use them. I hear nothing but good things about them.
Do people ever use their carts to go across to the mainland or come across from the mainland on the barge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, not to your knowledge. A company called Always Ready. You ever heard of them?
Yes, I've heard of Always Ready.
What do they do?
I believe they're a maintenance group.
maintenance group.
Yes, sir. They'll come to our homes and repair things that are broken and always ready. I was thinking a different one. I think I was thinking of someone will come. Always ready. I guess I'm not sure what always ready is.
That's
Oh, well, wait a minute. That's part of a name of the golf cart company I have, I think. But I have that is a golf cart company that has that name, I believe. I think it's mine. I think I've been with them for 20 years. But I think their names change, but I think always ready.
Always ready.
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah, they have an office or an operation on the island.
Yes, they do.
And
And they
do they-
repair and they sell.
They have one on the mainland too.
Not to my knowledge.
You're not aware of it. If they do.
That's true. I'm not aware.
Okay. I thank you for your time, sir. Appreciate
sir.
it.
Commissioner Duffy?
Just one follow-up. Does the Deep Point facility on the mainland have an area for island residents to park their golf carts? Is there a golf cart parking area on the mainland?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
I mean, if someone drove up there in a golf cart, I presume they could park their golf cart where we park our cars. But I can't say I've ever seen it, but I don't know that I ever thought about it.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on commission's questions?
No.
No. I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Redirect.
Well, Mr. Kleinfeld asked you about how you got around on the island, and one of the ways you get around is by bicycle.
Yes, sir.
You don't have any passenger cars you have to worry about on the island, do you? I hope not.
You're talking about your bicycle.
That's right.
No.
No, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, let me follow up with that. Mr. Briggs, have you ever taken your bicycle over to the mainland?
Sometimes, yes.
How do you
And
get
some
it
of
over
my-
there?
Some of my guests, I mean, I have guests all summer long. They'll bring their bikes. They come over on the ferry.
They bring their bike on the ferry.
Yes, there's a special charge the ferry has for bicycle transportation. So people get off and then they ride their bike from the Deep Point or from when they land on the island to my house.
That's good. Thank you for answering.
Mr. Finley, did you have follow-up?
No,
I
move the
I
exhibits.
apologize. I skipped you on redirect.
That's all right. Move the exhibits.
All right. Without objection, that motion will be allowed, and the 4 exhibits attached to the direct testimony of witness Briggs will be received into evidence at this time.
And I would move into evidence the Briggs Briggs cross-examination exhibit 1.
And that motion is also allowed. Mr. Briggs, I think you are excused. Now we'll hear from Bald Head Club.
Yes, ma'am. The Bald Head Island Club calls David Sawyer.
And raise your right. Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, please be seated.
Would you please state your name for the record, sir?
David Sawyer.
And how are you employed?
I am the CEO of the clubs on Bald Head Island.
And did you cause to be prepared and filed testimony consistent of 11 pages of written questions and answers in this docket?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony?
No.
Did you also cause to be prepared and filed a summary of your testimony consisting of 2 pages?
Yes.
Any changes or corrections to your summary?
No.
At this time, Commissioner, I'd move the admission of the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Sawyer as well as his summary as though it was given orally from the stand.
That motion is allowed, and the pre-filed direct testimony of witness Sayers received into evidence will be treated as if given orally from the stand, as well as his summary of his direct testimony.
Witness is available for cross.
All right, and on my information, it says the village has agreed to go first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sawyer. I just have a couple questions. Do you recall stating in your direct testimony that when employees of the club have to stay late such that they miss the ferry, the club usually arranges for a water taxi for those employees, but you said the future of water taxis is uncertain?
Yes, we've had great success with the current owner, Bald Head Island Transportation, in allowing us to use water taxis whenever needed. But with the change of ownership, we know that that could be uncertain.
And just so we all understand what we're talking about, a water taxi, it's a smaller boat that transports passengers to and from Bald Head Island. Is that right?
Correct. It's a 6-passenger boat.
Okay. And who operates those water taxis? Is it Bald Head Island Transportation Limited or some other company?
There are a couple other companies that provide that service. One is CETO. They recommission Coast Guard vehicles, and their primary purpose is emergency towing services to boats that are in distress. But they can hold 6 passengers, and so they'll accommodate our staff if they ever get bumped or if we have a late night need.
And are the water taxi services available to the public?
Yes,
And they're more expensive than taking the ferry. Is that right?
correct. For our employees, it is. It's about $150 per run for a CETO run. And so that works out to be about $25 per person.
And when the water taxi is coming from Bald Head to the mainland, it uses Limited Steep Point Terminal. Is that right?
Correct.
And so Limited has control over the water taxi's ability to bring passengers to the mainland because it controls the terminal. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it true that Limited has indicated that it will stop allowing the water taxis to operate at some point?
That is not correct. That was something that we heard earlier this summer. And when I reached out to the CEO of Bald Head Island Limited, he corrected the misunderstanding at the time. And he let me know what the concern was, which was that the independent operators were starting to try to use it as a ferry service, dropping their luggage off with Bald Head Island Transportation and then taking CETO over to the island. We understood that. Our board and our club respected that. And so we only use it for emergency employee transportation.
So Limited restricted the club's use of the water taxis. Is that right?
No, Limited never restricted the club's use. We were given notice that it could be restricted, and Limited was very cooperative in working with us to make sure that it would not be restricted for our purpose.
Okay. But there's no guarantee that a future owner would have that kind of flexibility. Is that right?
Correct.
And so what would the club do for employees who have to stay late if water taxis weren't available?
We would end up appealing to some of our generous members who have boats on the island. And we would hope that they would help us to get some of our staff back and forth.
Thank you. Nothing further.
PHIT.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sawyer.
Good afternoon.
My name is Brad Reisinger. I'm one of the counsel for the respondents. I've just got a couple questions for you. Appreciate your time. You've waited a long time to take the stand. In your testimony, in the portion where you discuss your employees, say you have 285 employees,
Yes.
and you indicate that the club pays for their parking and their passenger ferry fees.
Yes.
Does the club pay for the parking through passes or individual payments?
Both. We have annual passes for an employee lot, a contractor lot, and then we also pay daily passes.
Does which one you use for a particular employee depend on what that employee does?
Yes, we reserve the annual passes for year-round full-time staff, and the day passes we use for part-time staff.
Do you have a similar division by employee class for the ferry fees?
No, we do not.
Do do you buy any annual passes for the ferry?
We do. They're not, they're iCard passes. It's charged per use.
In your testimony, Mr. Sawyer, you also mentioned that the club regularly uses the barge to transport materials and supplies to the club.
Yes.
And does the club load them on a truck?
Yes.
Do club is it club personnel or club contractors that place the stuff on the truck?
Club personnel.
And the barge serves the function of moving the truck over to the island?
Yes.
And when the truck, I take the truck has an ice permit to drive on the island?
I'm sorry, can you
Does the
repeat?
club, I'm sorry, does the truck have an ice permit to drive on the island?
Yes.
And does it deliver whatever you're shipping essentially to yourself to the door of the club?
Yes.
And does club personnel unload the items that are in the truck?
Yes.
Part of your direct testimony, Mr. Sawyer, discusses what you feel is the need for a symbiotic relationship between the club and the concerns and businesses on the island and the transportation elements. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Right. Have you had an opportunity to read the testimony of Sharpview regarding their views as to that kind of symbiotic relationship?
Yes, I have.
Do you find their take or their view on that issue to be appropriate or in accord with the club's view?
Appropriate, yes. And we were very happy to see the intent that was expressed in those documents.
Your testimony also mentions the possible future need to pay for improvements or needed capital expenditures for major items for the transportation system. Have you also had an opportunity to review Mr. Roberts' testimony regarding the capital available to his investor fund to do that?
Yes, I had.
And do you view those representations to be in accord with the kind of partnership you're looking for from an operator?
So far, without understanding the full capital needs, but just from reading the testimony, it sounds favorable.
We have no further questions. Thank you.
Sharpview?
No questions.
All right, questions from the commission? I'm sorry, redirect.
No, ma'am.
All right, questions from the commission? Just a couple, Mr. Sire. So when you were being questioned by your counsel, did I understand you to say there were two types of water taxis?
One type of water taxi, but there were two different vendors that we predominantly use.
And were they both what you call CETO?
No, another one is Towboat USA.
Okay. And was CETO used just for emergencies prior to any discussion of the sale?
Yes, we use CETO quite often during COVID when there were restrictions on passenger limits on the ferries. In order to get employees back and forth to the island, we use CETO regularly.
But CETO was always designated for just emergency use?
Right now, we use it if our employees get bumped. If they've been waiting for a ferry for an hour or more, we'll help them to get off the island faster with a CETO, and then the late night service.
All right. And then you gave a description of communications with Limited about ending the water taxi service, and I kind of got lost in what you were saying. So how was CETO being used in a manner that was going around the ferry?
The clubs used it inconsistent with the understanding that we have with Limited for the purpose of CETO. My understanding is that there were residents of the island who were booking CETO directly, dropping off their luggage with BHI transportation. So the ferry service was transporting their luggage. And then they were paying for CETO to bring them over to the island and not paying for BHI transportation to bring them to the island. So they were avoiding the ferry fees but using the ferry's luggage service.
And I'm assuming from what you say that that costs them less than using CETO?
No, the ferry,
What was the advantage?
it's a timing advantage, I would guess. They would not have to wait in line for a ferry. They wouldn't have to there would be no risk of being bumped. There would be no delays. So I'm guessing that most of the customers that elected that option were doing it purely for timing.
And was there a change or an agreed upon resolution between the clubs and Limited after this conversation?
Yes.
And what was the change?
When I reached out to Chad Paul with a concern, when we were given notice that CETO service would not be allowed on the island and to use as a transport option, he cleared it up immediately and let me know that the club would be able to continue to use the CETO service for our employees. And he explained what was happening with some folks getting around paying for ferry service and what his concern was. When our board understood the reason why the limitation had been communicated, we agreed that that was an unfair situation. But fortunately, we were able to clear it up for the club.
All right, and then how is the other vendor water taxi? How does it come into play and when is it used?
They have the same fee structure. It's a little bit less professional, less comfortable transport boat. So it's not our go-to, but it does provide the same service for the same fee.
And did the agreement with Limited include the way that that vendor's water taxi would be used as well?
I would imagine so. We didn't have that conversation. And I think one of the areas that CETO crossed the line is they were aggressively marketing themselves as a passenger ferry limited option. And that was a concern for BHI Transportation.
All right, thank you. Questions on commission's questions?
Mr. Sawyer, just to clarify with regard to Commissioner Brown-Bland's questions, the scenario you depict where people were dropping their luggage off but electing to take CETO, that scenario doesn't involve the club, correct?
Correct.
Club is only using CETO or perhaps in some circumstances USA towboat to transport employees back to the mainland when they've either been held up late or can't get on a ferry or they've been bumped off of a ferry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right. I think I have.
If Mr. Sawyer can be excused, that's the evidence for the club.
All right, Mr. Sawyer, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Just for planning purposes, I'm sure, are we going to 5 or 5:30 today?
5:30.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Sharpview.
Call Mr. Roberts to stand.
Mr. Roberts, I'm going to swear you in to be sure. I know you were sworn in yesterday for the other hearing on the motion, but let's make sure we do it for the evidentiary hearing. Do you sincerely and solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may be seated.
Mr. Roberts, if you could please state your full name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Lee Roberts, and my address is 3700 Glenwood Avenue here in Raleigh. That's my business address.
Okay, and please state your position of employment for the record.
I'm managing partner of Sharpview Capital.
Have you calls to be filed, pre-filed testimony in this docket consisting of 13 pages in a question and answer format?
Yes, I have.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
If you were asked those same questions today, now that you're under oath, would you provide the same answers in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes, I would.
Do you have any corrections or additions to make to your testimony?
No, I don't.
Was there an exhibit attached to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
Okay, was that labeled Exhibit A?
I believe so.
Okay. Is that exhibit true and accurate in representing what it purports to represent to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
At this time, I'd like to move into evidence his pre-filed testimony in this matter.
That motion will be allowed, and Mr. Sawyer's direct pre-filed testimony be treated as if given orally from the witness stand.
Have you also prepared a summary of your pre-filed testimony in this matter?
yes,
Okay, does it consist of approximately 6 pages and was filed on October 10th?
yes,
May I also have the witness proffer his summary into the record as well?
Yes, that motion to be allowed, and his summary of the direct testimony will be received in evidence at this time. The exhibit that was attached to direct will be identified as Exhibit A, as it was when pre-filed.
Thank you. This witness is available for cross-examination.
Right. The village.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown Bland. Good afternoon, Mr. Roberts. My name is Craig Schauer.
good afternoon.
I represent the village. You are aware that the village initiated this proceeding on February 16th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
Right. And Sharpview announced the transaction with Limited and BHIT on May 31st of this year. Is that right?
that's right.
At the time Sharpview announced its transaction with Limited, Sharpview was aware of this proceeding before the Utilities Commission.
That's correct.
So Sharpview was aware that depending on the outcome of this proceeding, the parking and barge assets that Sharpview was intending to purchase could be subject to regulation.
Yes,
The purpose of your testimony, according to your testimony on page 2, line 4, was to describe Sharpview's plans for the unregulated parking operations. Is that correct?
yes,
In discovery, Sharpview provided copies of investment presentations, did it not?
indeed.
Right. Commissioner Brown Bland, at this time, I have 3 exhibits that are marked as confidential and would be still marked as confidential under the agreement of the parties. So I do think we'd like to go into closed session so that I can distribute these and ask questions on them.
All right, we'll do that, and we'll ask, if I assume this information is information that belongs to BHIT or Sharpview?
Presumably so. I haven't seen the exhibits, but presumably it is, and they were marked confidential, attorney's eyes only for purposes of production.
And from what was stated on the record yesterday, is your understanding that these would still fall under confidentiality?
Yes, based on the conversation of the party, these are still subject to full confidentiality.
All right, well then I will hold Mr. Farrell to make sure that at this time I will close the room to everyone except those who are entitled by agreement to have access to confidential information. And they come back in. All right, Mr. Shower, you still
Thank you.
have more?
I do. I have a few more questions.
All right, go right ahead.
So, Mr. Roberts, I'm looking at page 6 of your testimony, starting at line 22. I'm sorry. The beginning of the last sentence where it says moreover. You state in your testimony that Sharpview has a duty to its investors to increase, not decrease the utilization of your assets. Is that correct?
I don't see that. I must have a different version of
Sorry, I'm looking at,
what you're looking at, but
but would you agree with that? Yeah,
it's a true statement.
Sure, it's a true statement. Okay. Stated differently, Sharpview owes a duty to its investors to maximize the return on the assets it acquires. Is that
Correct.
correct? All right. So if Sharpview could earn a greater return by selling the parking lot real estate rather than by operating the parking lot, Sharpview would have a duty to sell the real estate.
Somebody came up and offered me twice as much money as I paid for my car. I'd probably sell it to them. Yeah.
You testify on page 9 and I believe 12 of your testimony that as part of the docket A41 sub 22, or the transfer proceeding as we've been calling it, Sharpview is offering to agree to certain conditions of transfer. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
At this point, Sharpview has made offers of conditions, but it hasn't actually agreed to or committed to any conditions. Is that correct?
I was confused by the references to that earlier. I thought I had certainly intended that we had committed in writing to the public staff, and we're happy to do so in whatever other format is appropriate, that we will keep the current number of parking places that are available now available, that we won't raise the cost of parking in real terms, and that will continue the imputation of the 523,000 from parking to the ferry operation. So I didn't want there to be any ambiguity about that. That was a commitment we've been prepared to make.
Okay, so and that's a commitment that's not subject to negotiation. That's kind of a starting offer that's firm on behalf of Sharpview.
Our understanding, based on discussion with the public staff, was that was responsive to their interests. But if you're asking if that's a take it or leave it offer, of course not. We're obviously open to any dialogue that the commission is interested in having.
So just to clarify, that's, I guess, a floor that you're willing to commit to and then discuss potential additional conditions? Or are you considering renegotiating those in light of other conditions that the public staff might ask as part of that proceeding?
We're willing to make those commitments. As I say, I thought we had already made those commitments in writing to the public staff, and we remain open to any other discussion that the commission wants to have.
All right. And am I correct that those conditions only become binding on Sharpview if the transfer of the ferry assets is approved as part of that proceeding?
I'm not sure what relevance that have if the transfer wasn't approved.
Well, if you make those commitments in order to get the transfer approved, but the commission were to not approve the transfer, Sharpview would no longer be obligated to fulfill those commitments that it made to the public staff, correct?
I guess I hadn't really thought about the possibility. You're talking about the sub 22 proceeding?
Correct. That's what you discussed in your testimony,
Yeah.
right?
Um, I haven't thought about that, honestly. We hadn't thought about the possibility that the transfer of the certificate of convenience wouldn't be approved.
Okay.
We thought there might be conditions attached to it, and again, we're happy to discuss that, but we believe a qualified purchaser. We're keeping the same management in place. We have the financial wherewithal.
I understand, but sitting here today, you're not willing to maintain those commitments even if the ferry transfer is not approved by the commission?
I just don't know what relevance those commitments would have without approval of the transfer.
I noticed that the conditions that are offered by Sharpview are limited to, quote, all times that Sharpview owns or controls the parking business. Is that correct?
That's what was said, yes.
All right. So if Sharpview were to sell the parking operations, then the conditions would not apply to the new owner.
Well, I think we discussed with the public staff the possibility of conveying those commitments with the assets for some period of time.
Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by conveying those commitments for some period of time?
Well, that we would ensure that any prospective buyer would also be bound by those same commitments. Again, it's not our plan to sell these assets, but in the event that we were to sell them, that the secondary buyer would also be bound.
The last statement I want to understand in your testimony is on page 11, line 6, and I'll just quote it for you. It's one sentence. Sharpview has concluded that it can continue to operate the ferry and tram services at the approved rates at this time. Do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
So the ferry is being operated at a loss, is it not?
I think it's slightly profitable. It's pretty close to break even. I think our investment presentation shows a slight profit.
Okay. Sharpview owes a duty to its investors to maximize the return on its assets, does it not?
It does.
Right. Doesn't that mean Sharpview has a duty to its investors to increase the ferry and tram rates to make the operations profitable?
We certainly have an obligation to make the overall investment profitable. The pricing power for the ferry is governed by the Utilities Commission, and the investment materials which we've discussed show a path to profitability for the ferry with the rate increases that we outlined, $3 in 2027 and $3 in 2024 and $2 each in 2027 and 2030. So that I think that's a decrease in real terms.
No further questions.
All right. Does Ballhead Transportation?
I'll try to keep my cross to a minute and 15 seconds at this point, or do you want me to?
Well, you got a minute, but
Okay, I will go ahead and start now.
that doesn't mean you had to complete it. You got a
Okay,
minute.
all right, I will go ahead and start. Mr. Roberts, when did you first become aware of the Baldhead Island Ferry operations, and in what context?
Well, I visited Baldhead Island multiple times over the years, just as a tourist. As a visitor, I've never owned any property there. The first time I became aware of this regulatory environment was I think in 2014 or 2015, when Mr. Paul, who I had known in a professional context for some time, approached me at the time I was serving as state budget director, and the legislation was pending to create the Baldhead Island Transportation Authority. And so we had a conversation about that legislation and the creation of the authority. So I had general knowledge of Baldhead as a visitor, and then specific knowledge prior to that, and then specific knowledge of this this regulatory regime at that time?
In proposing to make an investment such as you propose for the Martin Island assets, does your company undertake due diligence?
Of course.
Tell us a little bit about the due diligence that you undertake prior to
Uh,
making the purchase.
Let's hold it right there and start with that question tomorrow morning at 9:30. And we will recess and go off the record. And then I would like to see council up here at the dais, please.